I just wanted to let folks know that we've got a bit of soap on the carpet. It's right by the dais, so most people are not walking there, but there might be some residue on shoes, so we just want to make sure people are not slipping.
Welcome to the California Energy Commission business meeting. Closed captioning via Zoom is available for today's meeting. Attendees can use this feature by clicking CC Closed Caption or Live Transcript, and then selecting either Show Subtitle or View Full Transcript. You can find the agenda for today's meeting, presentation materials, and other links on the business meeting event page. A Zoom recording of today's business meeting will also be made available on the event page. Please visit energy.ca.gov/proceedings/business-meetings to find the event page for this business meeting. Approved orders, resolutions, and court reporter transcripts will also be made available in this year's CEC business meeting docket. The CEC welcomes public comment at its business meetings. To ensure the orderly and fair conduct of business, public comments will be limited as announced, and a timer will be shown on the screen. To make a comment, please follow the instructions provided by the Public Advisor's Office during the meeting. We ask that all commenters spell their name and state any affiliation for the record before making their comment. Welcome to the California Energy Commission business meeting. The meeting will now begin.
Morning, everyone. Thank you for taking the time to join us today. My name is Siva Gunda, Vice Chair of the California Energy Commission. Today is Thursday, July 10, 2025. I call this meeting to order. Joining me are Commissioner McAllister, Commissioner Gallardo, and Commissioner Skinner. Chair Hochschild is not joining us today. We have a quorum. Let us stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. We will first take public comment. Then we move to agency announcements. Our public advisor will provide the instructions. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. The Commission welcomes public comment at its business meetings. This initial public comment period is an open public comment period for anything on the agenda, including non-voting items. So we have asked for, if you are here for items 4, 5, and 6, these are non-voting items, that you would make your comments at this time because there will be no dedicated public comment period for those items. And we do have folks that have signed up using our QR code. That's the best way to sign up to make public comment. And Dorothy at the public advisors table is there to assist you if you need support in signing up for public comment using the QR code. After we hear from folks in the room, we're going to transition to Zoom. So if you are here on Zoom and you would like to make a public comment, please raise your hand. It looks like an open palm symbol on your screen, or *9 if joining by phone. And before we transition to public comment, I wanted to announce that we are inviting any local or other governmental entities joining us today who would like to make remarks in the room with us to approach the podium at this time. We'll take government comments at this time, and then we will transition to public comments. So if you are with a city or a county or another local entity that would like to comment on item 4, that's the Vice Chair response to the governor's April 21st letter regarding the transportation fuels industry, or you're here for the DWR update on the Strategic Reliability Reserve investments, to approach the podium at this time. And then we'll transition to government entities on Zoom.
Good morning, Vice Chair, Commissioners. My name is Mario Giuliani. I'm the City Manager of the City of Benicia, and for at least the next few months, home of the Benicia Valero Refinery, which brings me before you today. But before I talk about Valero, I do want to address and acknowledge the leadership of Vice Chair Gunda and his staff. Since April, the Vice Chair and his staff have been in constant contact with me and other members of our community. In fact, calling as frequently on Mother's Day, Saturdays, late at night. Under Vice Chair Gunda's leadership and his staff has engaged a variety of stakeholders. And I want to acknowledge that the hope that I have in that engagement process. We have a variety of folks with diverse interests, and yet a group of people have worked with Vice Chair Gunda to come up with much of the body of work that you received from the letter to the governor on July 1. And I think the big takeaway there is opportunity for action. There's opportunity to continue California's leadership in environmental stewardship, but finding a path that creates the energy that we need as a state. And in a world full of acrimony and adversity, this was an example of the very best in public service and leadership. And so my ask of you as commissioners is to work with your network in the governor's office and our state legislature to take this item, this urgent item, in a moment of crisis that could be pending in 2026, and to take action. Specifically related to Benicia, Valero is the newest refinery in all of the West Coast. With the loss of Phillips 66 and potentially the loss of Valero in April of 2026, that's 20% of California's fuel that evaporates overnight. Not to mention the large amount of asphalt that the Valero Benicia refinery produces for Northern California. Clearly, it will have a seismic and significant impact to the city of Benicia's budget as well as our community, to the tune of over $10 million on a budget that is just $60 million. And I know in a state budget worth billions, that may seem small, but it's certainly significant to a town of 26,000. And I will conclude by saying not only does it impact Benicia, it's going to impact the entire state of California. This state is a leader in environmental stewardship, but we cannot lose that leadership by adopting policies that will so undermine our energy capacity that we put ourselves back a generation in advancing good climate policy. I very much appreciate the work that this commission has done, in particular, Vice Chair Gunda and his staff. They have been exceptional public servants. And it's in that spirit that I think we can all have confidence that we will get through this potential crisis. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have any other government speakers in the room with us before I transition to Zoom? All right. And on Zoom, we have Lorelei Oviatt with Kern County Planning. I'm going to open your line, Lorelei, and then you can just unmute on your end and you may begin.
Thank you. I'm Lorelei Oviatt, Lorelei Oviatt. I'm the Director of Planning and Natural Resources, and I'm here today representing the Kern County Board of Supervisors. Kern County is the center of all types of energy for California. We produce 80% of the oil, 70% of the wind and solar, and 80% of the battery storage is permitted, constructed in Kern County. We appreciate the leadership of the Commission, Vice Chair Gunda, and the governor in this conversation, and the inclusion of all points of view, including Kern County, supported by the exceptional staff work of Vice Chair Gunda's team under the leadership of Special Advisor Teresa Keats. Kern County continues to provide renewable energy. I'm currently processing an additional 5,000 megawatts of commercial scale solar, 6,000 megawatts of battery storage, which is 40,000 megawatt hours of storage capacity. And that is on an accelerated schedule to meet the 2030 deadline that the federal tax credits have now created for these companies. Yet our oil industry has been unable to get permits for the last 3 years, due to a stop on our comprehensive oil and gas ordinance for the last sequel issues after 9 years of litigation. Providing in-state supplies for the refineries with enhanced environmental protections of over 100 conditions and mitigation measures while respecting the setbacks of Senate Bill 1137 will stabilize the current pipeline crisis while providing an opening for continued dialogue on the state's transition goals. We urge action immediately for the legislative and regulatory actions needed to provide the fuel that consumers use at prices all Californians can afford. And we appreciate the leadership and we appreciate being included in this important conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and that is the last call for our government speakers. I'm going to transition to public comment, and we're going to start with folks in the room. I'm going to call on names and just wait to approach the podium until I call your name. So first one we have identified as SBCTC. And I'm not sure who submitted that comment request. It is helpful. It's not required, but it is helpful if you announce your name before making comments. Do we still have SBCTC?
Good morning. Mark Moliner, California State Building and Construction Trades Council. I'm here on behalf of President Hannon and our 450,000 members, 62,000 of which are state accredited apprentices, and our affiliates are in the room. We are here to say thank you to Vice Chair Gunda for creating the working group. President Hannon directly told me to say thank you. And what we are here to also remind is that the state building trades has been here. We have been resisting extremism. We have been trying to work with groups to do a just transition, to actually create jobs, keep jobs, and transition into a better environment. But it has to be with a group of people that want to work together. If we do not want to work together, any one extremism group that prevents that from happening, as we see at a national level, extremism does not help our country or any of our states. We have to recognize that. And we need to move forward, working together, making sure that our partners, and I can say that with 100% certainty, the oil and gas industry are our partners. They are here to, of course, make profit, make money, but they also here provide good services for California. We have the cleanest oil and gas production in the world. And we want it to be here. We want to continue that mantra that why have a third world country creating something at a standard from 50 years ago when we could be doing it right here, and over the next 30 to 40 years, it will gradually reduce on its own as technology and as the electric economy grows. So once again, we want to say thank you. We want to encourage everybody to continue to work together through cap and trade, through tax credits, through carbon sequestration. We need all forms of energy to do a just transition, and our members are being trained every day to move forward with the transition. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we're going to hear from Kathy Regis-Boyd. Apologies if I mispronounced your name, Kathy. And then just a reminder to please spell your name for our court reporter. And we are asking for comments to be 2 minutes or less. There'll be a timer on the screen.
No problem misspelling or mispronouncing because it happens all the time. So Kathy Regis-Boyd, President and CEO of the Western States Petroleum Association, CATHYRES-BOYD. Don't ever hyphen your name. So first of all, I just want to, again, like everyone else is doing, appreciate and thank the leadership of CEC Commissioner Siva Gunda and his staff, and literally also the other agencies that were involved, the Air Resources Board, the Department of Conservation, the Department of Industrial Relations, and also our local partners down in Kern County and certainly in Benicia. And all of our environmental and environmental justice stakeholders and labor that joined the group as well. Just engaging with all the stakeholders and just recognizing that everybody understands the need to stabilize our fuels market. It has been truly an honor for me to be part of those discussions, and we look forward to continuing them in the future. I think sending a signal of certainty and collaboration to the marketplace collectively as we solve infrastructure and investment constraints that really keep us from proceeding and having the ability to meet California's transportation needs and demands, which we have to do 24/7, 365. And restoring investor confidence in California. It's really the name of the game. Technical realities, as we know, if they're not addressed, can get in the way of aspirational dreams, and certainly don't want them to get in the way of meeting California's air quality and climate change goals. I would hate to see that happen. And so we can only make progress, I think everyone in this room agrees, when the economy and the environment are hand in glove. So the letter prompted by the governor's request, 24 pages, resulted in a lot of discussion, a lot of compromise, a lot of collaboration. It's the right discussion. It's a lot of hard work, but frankly, if we don't do hard, I don't know what we're doing. So it's a step in the right direction. Our work has just begun with a continued sense of urgency. I think this is the start of an effective partnership to bolster the economy, preserve jobs, address some of the looming affordability issues, and pave the path of where we are today and where the state wants to go. So again, thank you, Commissioner Gunda. Thanks to the agencies and to the entire Energy Commission for considering what steps have to be taken in the letter that's been outlined. So as they say, carpe diem, let's seize the day.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Victor Hernandez. If you could please approach the podium. And then just a reminder to please spell your name for a record. And we're asking for comments to be 2 minutes or less. There'll be a timer on the screen. After Victor, we'll hear from identified as Boilermakers 549.
My name is Victor Hernandez, VICTOR-HERNANDEZ. I am with Heat and Frost Insulators, Local 16. I represent 700 members. 30% of our yearly hours come from the refineries. It would be a devastating blow to our local. A lot of our members live in these communities around the refineries. We can talk about the price of gas going up, the price of groceries going up, but something that I want all of us to consider is the cost that we put in, the time that we spend with our families. Our members that live close to where they work can participate in their communities. They can be coaches, they can be in PTAs, and the best and most rewarding is having dinner with their kids. That's the point I wanted to bring up. California Energy Commission, thank you for working with the building trades to craft the response to the governor. And I will conclude. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear by someone signing up as Boilermakers 549. Sharing your name is optional, but it does, if you do share your name, please spell it for our record as well. And then after this commenter, we'll hear from James Holland.
All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Renee, RENNAE, Ross, ROSS. And I don't stand before you today as a union member, Boilermaker. I also stand before you as a community member. A long time, I grew up right there off of the highway for my whole life. I've seen what happens when industry leaves that area, if you're all familiar with Antioch and Pittsburgh. But I've also seen the good that it brings, not just for myself growing up there and wanting to work in those refineries, you know. Having the opportunity to do so now and seeing the effect, you know, when permits aren't issued and the oil and where it's coming from and all of these things that go through the refineries and that are problems that we have to deal with. It definitely impedes what we're here trying to do. I understand that there needs to be a change, but I realize that it could be done together. There's always a way. We can do this at the right pace that can be suitable for everyone. So I definitely appreciate the collaboration. We're all here for the same goal and willing to work together. So I thank the CEC for allowing us to come out here today and be partners with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from James Holland, and then after James, we'll hear from Chuck Leonard.
Good morning, Vice Chair Gunda. My name is James Holland, James space Holland. I'm a business agent for the Boilermakers, Southern California, Local 92. I've been a 32-year member of the trade. My forefathers in the trades, not just my trade, but in all the trades, built these refineries and the surrounding communities around them. Once they are gone, so are tens and thousands of jobs, not to mention the community jobs in which they support, which are many. California and Californians cannot afford the policy changes forcing refineries producers, California and Californians cannot afford the policy changes forcing the refinery and producers to leave the state. Stop prioritizing politics over energy affordability. Please begin to reissue permits. Let's try and, I'm nervous. Please begin to reissue permits for oil extraction. Let's revitalize Kern County. That's a gold mine. In closing, I want to thank the CEC for the work with the building trades and preparing this for the governor. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Next, we'll hear from Chuck Leonard, and after Chuck, we'll hear from Daniel Barad.
Good morning, Vice Chair, Commissioners. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. My name's Chuck Leonard, CHUCK-LEONARD. I'm a political representative for Plumbers and Steamfitters, Local 342, and I know most people in this room, so I'm not going to state the obvious. Most people know why we're here, but I think the real reason that we need to address these issues is affordability. Affordability is not so much. I mean, I'm a middle-class worker. I didn't graduate from high school. I'm a 42-year member of a building trades union. So I've been afforded healthcare. I've been afforded a retirement. So I have the blessing. My grandson's a fourth generation in my local union. So I'm blessed. Well, what about the marginalized community that's going to be affected when another refinery closes? I understand that city budgets are going to be affected, that people are going to be affected, but the poorest people are going to be affected when gas is $8 to $10 a gallon. Your fence line communities, right? Your marginalized communities, your Black and brown communities, your electeds that were elected to protect the poorest people in the poorest communities are going to be affected first. And I think that, and I appreciate that I know that this is one of the biggest things, and this is the elephant in the room, right? Is that everybody wants to protect jobs. Everybody wants to protect the bottom line. But what about the poorest people? Even my environmental justice groups that are here that look out after nothing but people in the marginalized communities. I think the poorest people are the ones that we have to look out after first, because I too want to make sure that our jobs are protected. And so I think we need to continue this collaboration, and I want to thank the CEC and all the efforts that you folks make. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll hear from Daniel Barad next, and then after Daniel, we'll hear from Mike Smith.
Good morning, Daniel Barad with Union of Concerned Scientists, DANIEL BARAD. Thank you so much for the opportunity to comment, and thank you to the Vice Chair and to Teresa and Aria for running an extremely thoughtful, data-informed, and inclusive process on this extremely important issue. I know they didn't get a lot of sleep over this last couple months, but reading the letter, all the thoughtfulness comes through and none of the sleep deprivation. So congratulations on that. California finds itself in the middle of a transition to a zero emission future. And we have to continue that transition full speed ahead to meet our climate goals and our federal air quality standards. But we also need to make sure that prices and fuel supply are stable in the near term, so this transition is as smooth as possible. This is going to require simultaneous near, mid, and long-term actions. In the near term, this is the things that as an environmentalist, sometimes are going to make my stomach hurt, but we need to do in an extremely responsible and targeted manner to minimize impacts to communities and make sure we're not undermining our long-term climate and clean air goals. In the medium term, we have to make sure that the fuel supply is flexible and we can bring in fuel in the inevitable event of refinery outages or closures. And finally, and importantly, in the long term, we have to make sure that we're investing in communities and workers so that they can ultimately transition when we know these refineries will one day close. And we also need to make sure we're supporting policies to continue advancing zero-emission vehicles, especially in light of recent federal actions to revoke our Clean Air Act waivers and take away key investments we thought we were going to have. The letter includes responsible recommendations in each of these buckets, and we urge the state to follow and build upon this guidance. We know there's tough conversations ahead, but we really appreciate this opportunity and look forward to continue working with you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Mike Smith, and after Mike Smith, after Mike Smith, we'll hear from Pete Wolgazogan.
Good morning, Vice Chair and Commissioners. Mike Smith, Mike Smith. I'm with the United Steelworkers. I'm the Chair of the National Oil Bargaining Program, represent 30,000 oil workers across the country, mostly predominantly in refineries, chemical plants, pipelines, including most of the proprietary workforce within the state of California at all the refineries. I want to express thanks and the appreciation to Vice Chair Gunda and his staff in bringing all the stakeholders together to try to solve this important issue. The leadership of Vice Chair Gunda proved to be essential in getting through this process when there was a lot of diverse opinions and views and goals of all the members. As oil workers, proprietary oil workers who work for the refineries, we are severely impacted as well as the communities when businesses make the decisions to shut down due to state policy. All three strategies recommended in the letter, I think, are essential in guiding the state through this. While we still are concerned with the look and approach at imports, we understand the current situation to assure affordable gas. We are encouraged that the dialogue and will create a responsible way to ensure that the imports don't push out current in-state production. We also believe that ensuring confidence in the industry is important to continue investment, and it's much needed to ensure that the safe and reliable operations of the refineries continue. And equally important is a plan for the workers and the communities impacted the most by the state's policies and industry's decisions to shut down refineries, ensuring no one is left behind. We are encouraged by the process Vice Chair Gunda and his staff have began, and we want to thank them for all the hard work as well as all the stakeholders in the dialogue throughout, and we look forward to continuing to engage in the process. Thank you.
Thank you. And before we hear from Pete, I just wanted to do another general announcement. We've got some folks joining us now. If you are here to comment on the transportation fuels industry letter or the DW Strategic Reliability Reserve item on the agenda, please sign up for public comment now. If you're in the room with us, please visit the back table and use our QR code or talk to Dorothy. She'll support you to sign up for public comment. And if you're on Zoom, you'll use the raise hand feature. On your screen, it looks like an open palm. And if you're joining by phone, you'll press *9. That'll let us know you'd like to comment. And appreciate your patience, Pete. We'll hear from you next. And then after Pete, we'll hear from Colin Johnson.
First of all, congratulations on saying that last name right. My name is Pete Wolgazogen. That's PeteWolgazogen. And I'm here to represent the 6,700 members of UA Local 250 Steam Fitters and Refrigeration in Los Angeles, California. I would like to show my appreciation for the CEC staff today and thank you for the ability to come and speak in front of you today. I've been a member of Local 250 for 25 years now, spending most of my time with the trades in the refineries. Refineries are the bread and butter of what our local does. The majority of our membership works in refineries on a daily basis. California politics has focused attention on demonizing refineries because it's always been the low-hanging fruit for them to base their campaigns on. They have been prioritizing politics over energy, affordability, jobs, and accessibility. Refineries are leaving California because the policy changes and politics make it difficult and too expensive to remain in our state. As production and refineries leave California, they are taking their industrial trades with them. These high-paying union jobs are not only important to the families they support, but also the economy in California. One refinery closure impacts thousands of union industrial workers and their families who rely on the work to feed their families. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. After Colin Johnson, we'll hear from Jennifer Cohen.
Good morning. My name is Colin Johnson, COLINJOHNSON. I'm a vice chairman for the Bricklayers and Allied Crafts of Northern California. I represent several thousand members across the 46 counties of Northern California, as well as several hundred bricklayers that work in the refineries every day. As production is starting to leave California, these industrial jobs go with them. These high-paying union jobs that allow people like myself and my members to live in our communities are going away every day. I myself drive a zero-emission vehicle, but more than 90% of the equipment on that vehicle requires oil and petroleum-based products. So the plastics, the tires, everything, not just the asphalt on the roads to get here, but even everything in our clothes. So getting these refineries out of California is not where we need to go. So we really support the CEC in their jobs here. So I really appreciate that. As production is needed in the decades of California to come, we still are going to rely on oil and gas, but we are also going to rely on the clean energy that we're still working on. That is not feasible right now. We still need some more time before that is all done. So I appreciate the commission and working with the building trades and supporting this for Governor Newsom. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to hear from Jennifer Cohen next, and after Jennifer, we'll hear from William Kunz.
Good morning, Jennifer Cohen, JENNIFER COHEN. Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Jennifer Cohen with the Pacific Merchant Shipping Association, also known as PMSA. I'd like to thank Vice Chair Gunda and the Commission for drafting and sharing such a thoughtful and pragmatic approach to the state's transition from petroleum fuels. PMSA is a trade association representing marine terminal operators and maritime shippers. We appreciate the recognition of seaports being a stakeholder in the movement from petroleum and the challenges that remain for emission capture and at-berth regulations. I would also like to make sure that our role in alternative fuels is also recognized. The International Maritime Organization, or IMO, has adopted decarbonization goals that the industry is adhering to and has already embraced with the deployment and ordering of alternative fuel vessels. New orders for cleaner alternative fueled vessels increased by 78% in the first 6 months of 2025 versus 2024. Vessel orders have also included methanol, ammonia, and hydrogen, indicating that ship owners are prioritizing future-ready assets in response to regulatory pressure, fuel availability, and long-term decarbonization goals. Ports around the world have begun bunkering programs for LNG, ammonia, and methanol. But according to Offshore Energy, the number of ports equipped with LNG bunkering facilities, featuring storage tanks, LNG distribution pipelines, and advanced safety systems, among others, has increased to 201 globally, with an additional 57 ports expected to be upgraded with LNG bunkering facilities in 2026. California, however, has fallen behind as it has no permanent alternative fuel bunkering. In North America, these projects are predominantly on the Gulf Coast and in Mexico. The Port of Long Beach provides LNG, but it arrives in diesel trucks. SB 298, authored by Senator Caballero, is a critical piece of this transition plan for California's seaports. The bill creates a plan for the alternative fuel supply chain to serve seaports. Arguably, this should be a statewide effort, but the key here is that this is in alignment with Commissioner Gunda's memo, that we cannot transition to cleaner fuels without planning. In the maritime space, failure to plan for the arrival of these vessels will result in foregone emission reductions and economic activity. I urge you to support SB 298 and hope for to work with the Commission on fostering a new era in clean maritime funding. fueling in California. Finally, I'd like to highlight a strategy from Commissioner Gunda's memo that collaboratively we must harmonize regulations and processes to maximize market-driven solutions and continue to advance state policy goals. While the current federal administration is reticent to participate in international climate agreements or IMO proceedings, these standards do exist and will exist beyond the current administration. Accordingly, we suggest that international standards also be included in the transition strategy. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from William Coons, and then after William, we'll hear from Caitlin Roeder Sutter. And just a reminder to please spell your name for our court reporter if you want to have your name spelled in the record correctly. And then also we're asking for comments to be 2 minutes or less. There'll be a timer on the screen.
Thank you. Good morning, and I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak in the open dialogue with the CEC. My name is William Kuntz, W-I-L-L-I-A-M, K-U, N as in November, Z as in zebra. I'm the Director of Industrial Projects for Southern California Pipe Trades, District Council 16, and I proudly represent over 18,000 hardworking union brothers and sisters. As California shapes its energy future, I want to share the pipe trades perspective. First, we urge the state to reissue permits in traditional oil fields like Kern County to stabilize refinery supply, support good jobs, and reduce dependence on foreign and out-of-state oil often produced under weaker regulations and with a higher environmental impact. Second, enhanced oil recovery with carbon capture deserves reconsideration. With slower EV adoption and legal challenges to combustion bans, oil will remain essential for many years to come. We need climate-aligned solutions, not ideological bans. Third, cap and invest rules currently disincentivize carbon capture investments due to unclear credits. We need clear policies to encourage emission-reducing projects, including carbon capture pipelines. We support extending cap and trade, but oppose expanding it in ways that risk refinery closures and harm industrial employers. We are ready to build new carbon capture, hydrogen, and sustainable fuel infrastructure, but restrictive policies deter investment. Given the challenges with the current federal administration stance, California must find workarounds and take the lead by supporting these technologies locally. Recently, I visited Norway, which is about 1/3 the size of California, but produces over 4 times more oil, around 1.6 to 1.8 million barrels per day compared to California's 400,000. Despite this, Norway generates nearly 98% of its electricity from renewable hydropower and leads in clean energy technologies. What's most notable is how Norway uses its oil revenues to fund clean energy projects and social programs, investing heavily in sustainability without compromising economic stability. This model proves that responsible oil production can support a strong clean energy transition. California, with its resources and economy, can also balance economic strength, energy, security, and climate goals. Our members are ready to do the work. We're not here to resist progress, but to build it. Let's make policies that allow California to lead the energy future. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we'll hear from Caitlin, and then after Caitlin, we'll hear from Rachel Shoemake. I hope I captured that correctly.
Good morning. I'm Caitlin Roedner Sutter. K-A-T-E-L-Y-N, Roedner, R-O-E-D-N-E-R, and then Sutter is S-U-T-T-E-R. No hyphens in any of that. I'm the California State Director for Environmental Defense Fund, and like many others, I just want to start with my really deep appreciation for Vice Chair Gunda, Teresa, and Aria for the really thoughtful, comprehensive, and fact-based process and approach that they led over the last several months. It really was an example of how California should deal with a whole bunch of thorny issues that we are wrestling with as a state. And it was really powerful to be part of that experience. So thank you very much for that. I have to say, as a climate advocate, I did not expect to spend so much of my time figuring out how to stabilize refining in California. But I do truly believe and see, based on this fact-based approach, that it is essential to our economic prosperity, but also our ongoing climate progress. The final product that came out of this process is data-driven and actionable. It's an approach that I believe will work to stabilize our fuel supply in the near term. Myself personally and Environmental Defense Fund are ready to continue this partnership with this commission, with the working group members, so we can engage on the implementation of these recommendations. But also, we remain deeply committed to working with those same stakeholders on the longer term transition to a decarbonized economy, which we cannot lose sight of. We have near-term problems to solve. We have near-term, medium-term strategies, but we have to keep our eye on where we're going. And that is a decarbonized future for California's communities, our workers, and the climate. And I really appreciate your recognition of all parts of that and the opportunity to think about all of these issues together and holistically. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Rachel Shoemake, and then after Rachel, we'll hear from John Hershey.
Good morning. My name is Rachel Shoemake, RACHELSHOEMAKE. I'm an assistant business manager at IBEW Local 302 in Contra Costa County, where we house 4 of California's refineries. My local has been in existence since the 30s, and we've been representing workers at the refineries who are workers that are directly working for the refineries and on the construction side of things, building, adapting, changing. Every time there's a new regulation, our workers are in there making those happen. And so I'm here today representing 1,300 electrical workers in Contra Costa County. I just want to make sure, thank you for looking at this in a pragmatic way, and common sense is the key here. We want to make sure. I am an owner of an EV. My wife drives it from Concord to Lafayette for her job, and it's perfect for that. But anytime I come up here to Sacramento, I got to tell you, I'm driving a gas car. Anytime I go on vacation, anytime I'm taking a longer trip, I rely on that gas vehicle. And pretty much everybody that I know that has an EV also has a gas car. And we have to realize this and understand this as we move forward. And we're just not there yet. So I just want to make sure that, we are all working together. We are the experts in the field. Please look to us. Please look to the building trades and the skilled and trained workers. And let's not throw out our great environmental laws, our great labor laws, and reduce that overseas into other states that don't have them. Let's make sure that we take pride in those laws that we create here, and we lean into them and we actually make them work, rather than offshoring and sending these companies to other places that really don't care about our standards. So let's, as Californians, take that step and actually drive the economy, drive these changes for the rest of the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're going to hear from John Hershey next, and after John, Connie Cho.
Good morning. My name is John Hershey with UA Local 447 Plumbers and Pipe Fitters here in Sacramento. And just on behalf of all of our members, I want to extend my thank you as well to bringing all these interested parties together to come together to get an actual solution on this question. I don't think you'd probably find a single pipe fitter that is opposed to new and clean energy systems, so long as there's a just transition that can ensure that they can continue to support their families. We can't afford the risk of cleaning up the potential mess of thousands of workers out of work with half thought out, like teaching coal miners to code kind of programs in Appalachia in the 2010s as solutions. We can certainly make an imperative and just transition to newer and cleaner systems, even in the face of a hostile federal environment. The current economic and political climate does not offer the opportunity to accelerate transitions to newer technologies without severely disrupting the somewhat fragile situation here in California. Without these proposals, there is a greater risk of inflationary pressures, which would undoubtedly jeopardize the long-term objectives of the people of California and its high road environmental and labor policies. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to hear from Connie Cho, and then after Connie, we'll hear from commenter identified as Plumbers and Pipe Fitters Local 447.
Good morning. My name is Connie Cho, CHO, and I am the Senior Policy Advisor for the Asian Pacific Environmental Network, APEN, an environmental justice group. an environmental justice group with members in refinery communities. They are low-income communities of color, immigrants and refugees, and are hit with today's rising costs, paying with their bodies, medical bills, the costs of climate, and also at the gas pump as they're left behind on gas-powered vehicles. So first, I would also like to thank the Vice Chair, his office, and Energy Assessment staff for their hard work since the start of these special sessions years ago now. To preserve California's commitments to environmental justice and to be persistent in your outreach in the last few months to bring us to the table and to engage us in a rapid fashion, as it is true that California has been put in an incredibly challenging position. And while it may seem overwhelming at first, with the Vice Chair's leadership and the intrepid work of his staff, we do have a path forward. Of course, there is no way to sugarcoat the expected and the high risk of negative pollution impacts of some of the near-term actions recommended or proposed in Kern County and at our ports. And so we will certainly take up the continued invitations to engage in constructive problem solving. However, nothing can take away from how, Vice Chair, you have stewarded a remarkably data-driven, research-informed, and intense stakeholder consultation process to provide the state not just immediate next steps, but to provide a foundational approach, provide a foundational framework that I really hope the public is able to understand just how much of a milestone this will be for climate policy everywhere. We are entering a new stage of the energy transition, the mid-transition period. And to pinpoint the fact that we are in this position because we still need to do proactive planning to avoid free falling into an unplanned, chaotic transition. So as challenging as it seems, we must actually grapple with planning for refinery closures, not NOT, not to shut them down abruptly tomorrow, but to plan for their inevitable closures, to prevent any abuse of the threat of closure from being held over the state's head, and to ensure that communities and workers will have an equitable transition. We look forward to continued collaboration and dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Plumbers and Pipe Fitters Local 447. And sharing your name is completely optional, but if you do share, if you could please spell it for our court reporter, it's appreciated.
David Sprigg, D-A-V-I-D, S-P-R-I-G-G. I'm a 35-year member of the Plumbers and Pipe Fitters here in Sacramento. Fifth generation Californian. I don't know how many people here remember the oil embargo in the 70s when it was hard to get fuel. It's going to be expensive. We continue to drive the oil industry out of California, fourth largest economy. And we're driving refineries out. It doesn't make a lot of sense. I also was raised in a rural county in California. You know, someone earlier spoke about how it would negatively impact the poorest, the rural folks. 13 miles to the nearest hospital. In the wintertime on a snow mountain road, kind of tough to, $8 a gallon gas, maybe? I don't know. Let's think about all the Californians, what we're doing here. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Erica Valentine. And after Erica, we're going to hear from Timothy Jeffries.
Erica Valentine, E-R-I-C-A-V-A-L-E-N-T-I-N-E. I'm the political director for UA Local 393. We represent San Jose, California. First, thank you all for your leadership. And most importantly, thank you for your partnership. Today, I'm here to represent 3,100 members. We represent 24 cities and 2 counties. I proudly stand with the California State Building Trades. I'm also here to put a voice to over 400,000 UA members throughout the nation, as they will all be impacted by your decision that is made here today and the leadership opportunities that we explore. Today, all of us are here filled with hope. We are filled with hope and we are filled with opportunity that the leaders that we can partner in clean energy, that hopefully that we can also put a priority as we navigate this opportunity so that we may be able to expand the workforce, not retract, not take away from the workers that, and the investment that this state and the nation has made in the apprenticeship programs so that these workers are skilled and trained and have jobs. They have chosen to live here. They have chosen these careers. They have chosen to support us. They have chosen to invest their time, their families, their energy that has built this state of California into the fourth largest economy. So today I ask that we all consider, how is it that we can prepare these opportunities of innovation? How is it that we can collaborate and continue to work with the experts in the room that have been a part of all of these innovation solutions that we needed throughout the history? How can we make them be a part of our future? How is it that we can continue to take somebody's dream when they join an apprenticeship program to go from a dream to a job, from a job to a career, to the people that are now supporting our very economy now? So today I ask that all of you continue to collaborate with the state building trades, continue to collaborate with all of the experts, and to have us become and make this the largest partnership and opportunity that we all can continue to lead the nation with today. Thank you.
Thank you. After Timothy, we're going to hear from Eddie Alvarez.
Morning, Vice Chair, Commission. My name is Timothy Jeffries. I 17, just short of a 17-year career as a Boilermaker, representing International Brotherhood of Boilermakers for both the locals in Southern California and Northern California. My career is short in the trades because I spent, I'm proud of my 15 years, 12 years served as a Marine Corps, as a Marine in the United States Marine Corps. But I also want to express some of the things that already been said earlier, that thank you for the Vice Chair for the meeting and the numerous stakeholders involved in the meeting and the very in-depth conversation that were had. And I think most of the things have already been said, but I'd like to at least just point out the fact that what we protecting the industry, or not protecting the industry, but as it stands right now, understanding we need to have this industry for some time to go forward. I believe that there's some policies that are in place that we need to take a look at. We need to stop enacting punitive policies, what I want to get at, and suspend some of the punitive policies that are the last special sessions. Work with us to stabilize in-state energy production. California, especially in Kern County, as spoken earlier, used to be one of the nation's most productive oil producing areas. Let's work together to revitalize Kern County. As we meet the climate crisis and move forward, we need to be able to utilize every tool in the tool belt. And again, thank you for working with the state building trades and working with labor. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Let me go back to my screen. Oh, we're going to hear from Eddie Alvarez next. Then after Eddie, Danny Bernardini.
Eddie Alvarez, EDDIE, Alvarez, ALVAREZ. I am the council representative and member of the LAOC Building Trades, representing 160,000 union construction workers. And on behalf of the Executive Secretary, Ernesto Medrano, I would like to thank you for all the work, Vice Chair, that you've done for this, and the whole entire staff, and of course, the whole entire committee on this. This is actually, I'm actually on the Move LA board in Los Angeles, and what this here does is talks about a lot of unintended consequences that we haven't been talking about as we talk about following our work. I really don't like using the just transition. I actually don't like the term at all, because for 150 years, we've been following the work from pure crude oil all the way up now to the cleanest gasoline that we can find here in the United States, North America, here in California. And I think that's a better term as we do that. And this finally sets of all the jobs, of all the, especially the brown and black people that work in these refineries, right? I'm a second generation trade member. This is how my family got our start here in the States, right? Working in the construction trades. And again, the unintended consequence is something we don't talk about quite a bit. The economics of these folks who have finally gotten themselves out of poverty through a good skill and trained job in the union construction industry, may it be at the refineries, may it be at a construction site, but we follow our work. So we want to thank you, want to thank the staff, want to thank the commission for putting this forward and finally thinking about the unintended consequences that it has of just shutting down refineries. Because if we have situations where we're taking oil from Texas, Middle East, we're bringing those on black soot with no labor rights, let alone civil rights in some of these places. And if we can do it here, we can work with our partners to make sure that we clean up these places that we want to clean up, work together with them to keep these jobs going, keep this money going into the economy. It's what we need to do. It's what we should be doing because that money needs to stay. If we're going to use the product, it should be built here in California, right? We're the fourth largest economy in the world. And if we're going to use it, we should build it here, right? And there's no reason we shouldn't do. So thank you very much for all your work.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we're going to hear from Danny Bernardini, and then after Danny, we'll hear from Luis Arida.
Good morning. Thank you. Danny Bernardini, D-A-N-N-Y, B-E-R-N-A-R-D-I-N-I. I'm the business manager for the Napa Solano Building and Construction Trade Council, representing thousands of hardworking men and women in union construction in Napa and Solano County. I think in my 10 years doing this might be one of the first hearings I've ever been to where we're talking about solutions and we're talking about working together. I think most of the other ones have been limiting production, limiting location, putting an industrial safety ordinance at a state level, at a county level, at a city level. And each of those hearings, myself and my brothers and sisters would show up and say, if you keep putting these rules in place, the refineries could leave. And we were dismissed. We were called, we were being, anyway, so it's happening. And you heard from the city manager earlier today. It's not just about the refinery. It's about the industrial park that surrounds that refinery. It's about the downtown. It's about the restaurants. It's about the watering holes. It's about the shops. And I'm just here to express my thank you for talking with the building trades and with the refineries. In my previous life, I worked for a senator and we dealt with the Bakken crude. And during those hearings, we met with the refineries, we met with the city, and we talked about what would it take to safely transport and what would happen with the cleanup. And that didn't end up taking place, but those conversations, I think, laid a lot of groundwork for working together. And so, again, just thank you for that. And our members, thank you for looking into this. And I want to echo all the sentiments about working people and traveling less in their car. And really, it's about finding alternatives, right? Many of the same people who show up and try to run refineries out of town are the same ones that show up and protest battery storage, right? If we're going to get rid of oil, if they're going to drive cars that have gasoline or not, we need to have the infrastructure in place. And so, again, I know you're going to hear from a lot of us, so thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Luis Arida, and after Luis, we're going to hear from Mitchell Bechtel.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Luis Arida, L-U-I-S, last name A-R-I-D-A, Assistant Business Manager of IBEW Local 11 in Los Angeles. I'm a state certified electrician and a member of Local 11, the Electricians Union in Los Angeles County. I'm here on behalf of 12,000 members. We have multiple oil refineries in Los Angeles County, and my members see thousands of job hours during the turnarounds. Don't eliminate these jobs prematurely. Let's maintain our ability to refine oil in our state. We can supply and maintain our needs in a more sustainable way than importing oil from other countries. So let's keep it local, with local workers and local resources. I support the recommendations coming from the CEC staff. California has higher environmental standards than places we import from. Let's use our local resources and lower emissions. Lastly, thank you to the CEC Commission and staff for working with the building trades on this important issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we're going to hear from Mitchell Bechtel, and after Mitchell, we'll hear from Stephen Brown.
Aloha, Mitchell Bechtel on behalf of the District Council of Ironworkers. Just really want to thank you guys for including the building trades in this process. Very briefly, when refineries leave the state, it drives up the cost of gas for all Californians. We know that. That is something that is going to be constant for us moving forward. But what we want to talk about today is how that affects all the downstream economy from that, specifically the communities around these refineries. The communities were built around the refineries, not the other way around. When they leave, those populations are decimated. It's our members that are working in these refineries that do this work. We don't have the opportunity to drive to a job site and charge our cars or charge our pickup trucks or any of the equipment that we use. We are reliant on oil and gas. We're the ones that build the infrastructure so that we can become carbon neutral. So I would just ask you guys, please keep our families and those communities in mind as we move to a carbon neutral future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Stephen Brown, and after Stephen, we'll hear from Andrew Farfan.
Good morning. My name's Stephen Brown. I represent the iron workers of Local 378. And I'll keep it short and sweet. I'm actually a first generation iron worker. I'm a signatory contractor now. I joined the iron workers in 2014. So that gives me just over 10 years now. And to be honest, the way I even started my whole company was working in Chevron right there in Richmond. And yeah, the opportunities that are given to first generation individuals like myself are created in these facilities across California here. So I mean, there's a lot more of us coming out the ground now, and never thought that I'd be in this room today. But saying that to say, the only way that we're going to continue to create more owners or individuals that are just looking for a way out is by keeping these facilities open. I can't tell you, like I said, that when I started the trades that I knew I wanted to own a company one day, and you kind of don't understand how you're going to go about that. And in all actuality, without these opportunities working in the Tesoros or the Marathon now, or the Chevrons and the P66s, it would be just another thought. So with that being said, just speaking as a young man, I'm 33 years old, representing other young men and women, not just in Local 378, but in our communities. Yeah, we need them. I mean, just as simple as that. We need them. And thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Andrew Farfan, and then after Andrew, we'll hear from Francisco Yanes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm not very good at doing this public speaking stuff, so we'll give it a shot. My name is Andrew Farfan, F as in Frank, A-R, F as in Frank, A-N. I represent Local 378 ironworkers, and you know, I understand there's going to be change, and it has to happen. But are we ready to jump in right now this fast? To me, it seems a little premature. There's a lot of little businesses that are created from these companies, let alone the revenue that's taxed by the cities and the towns that are surrounding areas. This is going to be a huge impact once they leave. You know, we just did a job the other day in Rodeo at Phillips 66, and they are converting fuel from soybean, taking away the petroleum diesel and making soybean diesel. Now, that's got to be a positive result. I'm not saying it's our best, but to just shut everything down and leave this property empty. It's not like we can put shopping malls and condominiums and beautiful homes on this property. This property's, it's no good. So that's another issue we're going to have to deal with later down the road. But for now, I took an electric car from Vacaville to Fresno. And the problem we had with this electric car is finding a charging station that we were able to tie into. You know, it's like I thought in the beginning, I didn't realize that you have to have a membership to each different charging station. I thought it was like a regular gas station, Shell, Exxon, Mobil, just pull up to any one of them and fill up your car. It's not the same with electricity. So that's another issue. There's a bunch of little things I believe that need to be worked on before we just drop everything and call it good. It's not, I don't believe it to be that easy. I personally don't see it. We just need more time, you know? I guess that's it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Before we hear from Francisco, I just wanted to do another announcement. If you're here and you'd like to comment on the transportation fuels industry letter or the Strategic Reliability Reserve or the JDI report as well. If you could please visit the public advisor table in the back of the room and use the QR code to sign up if you're in the room. And if you're joining us by Zoom, you can start raising your hand now. You'll use the raise hand feature on your screen. It looks like an open palm, or you can press *9 if joining by phone. That'll let us know you'd like to comment. And so next we'll hear from Francisco Yanes, and then after Francisco, we'll hear from Jose Villegas.
How you guys doing this morning? My name is Francisco. I'm with the Iron Workers Local 378 out of Oakland, and I just wanted to say thank you for the space. And every time our refinery shuts down or leaves California, we lose good union jobs that go out to our families. They rely on. These policies don't just hurt the industry; they hurt working people trying to put food on the table. So let's keep them here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. Next, we'll hear from Jose Villegas. And after Jose, we'll hear from Mitch Ponce.
Good morning. First off, I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my experience in this industry. I'm a journeyman iron worker from Local 378. I have worked in the oil refinery for most of my career. And thanks to that, I've been able to give my family a good life because I've been constantly working. I know I rely on my gas card to get from place A to place B and back to place A. So but I just want to say that in my experience working in the oil refineries, I know they have a lot of safety protocols. We can't just go pick up the job and go work. I know we have to go through classes, we get training, we get prepared, and there's always the safety measures they take. So I just ask that we don't rush into closing this industry that I know has helped me out and a lot of my fellow workers from many different trades, and we really depend on it. We rely on it, and so it's just hoping we take it slower and really look into how this will affect a lot of our working class from the unions. And that's all I have to say. Thank you so much. Good day.
Thank you. And I believe we're going to hear from Mitch in a moment. So next we'll hear from Jorge Pachilla.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jorge Pachilla with Local 378 Iron Workers. And my point of view with this closure is of these two facilities will lose jobs. Also, the best ability is availability, and all these electric cars need to be charged in the charging station, and these availabilities of these charging stations will not be available for the mass publics. Also, with gas prices going to be increased in the near future, how will the politicians create more and better infrastructure for our energy and transportation? Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Do we have Mitch Ponce back with us in the room? And I can come back to Mitch as well. Is there anyone else in the room that we didn't capture before we move to Zoom? All right, so let me move to Zoom. First, we're going to hear from Julia May. Julia, I'm going to open your line. You'll just unmute on your end, and then you may begin your comments. Just a reminder that we are asking for comments to be 2 minutes or less, and there'll be a timer on the screen. Your line is open and you've unmuted, but we're not getting any audio coming through.
Oh, sorry, I had two different mutes on. So now, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Julia May, Senior Scientist, Communities for a Better Environment, statewide frontline community organization with thousands of members impacted by refineries, oil drilling, transportation, combustion fuels, and much more in Richmond, Wilmington, Southeast LA, and East Oakland. CBE has worked to lower refinery emissions and plan a fossil fuel transition for over 40 years. Our low-income members, over 90% frontline communities of color neighbors around refineries, rejoiced when they heard the transition away from fossil fuels could provide them with relief from frequent explosions, black smoke, fires, and invisible emissions from this inherently toxic industry. Frontline communities suffer constantly, but also support the refinery workers and support for their transition. And but we also can't forget that catastrophic climate change is ultimately the most expensive problem our state and the world faces, and we can transition in a doable manner. All of us seek a smooth, reasoned transition, preserving community and worker protections and economies. But we have to plan smoothly lowering and balancing imports and exports. The refineries export a lot out of the state, sticking to zero emission transportation transition, which is well documented as ultimately far cheaper if supported and planned, and the only way to address expensive climate and smog disasters. We must support experienced refinery workers who keep the communities safe, while supporting community economic transitions, cleaning up the toxic disasters at refinery sites when they do close. We're in this mess because the oil industry made business decisions to close refineries in a disruptive, chaotic manner in California, nationwide, and worldwide. Thank you so much to the Commission for all your work, and we'll have written comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, we're going to transition back to the room to hear from Mitch Ponce. And just a reminder, we're asking for comments to be 2 minutes or less. There'll be a timer on the screen.
Thank you. My name is Mitch Ponce, M-I-T-C-H, last name P-O-N-C-E. I'm with the Ironworkers, Local 433 in Los Angeles, also president of the LA Orange County Building Trades Council. Just wanted to thank you for the collaboration with the building trades, and actually in a meeting right now for PBF refinery, so excuse me for being late. Again, these refineries mean a lot to my membership. A lot of our members are working down in the refineries throughout Southern California. As you know, the P66 refinery is going to displace a lot of my members. So again, I'll be really brief and thank you again, and appreciate the collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you. We are going to go back to Zoom, and let's see. All right, next we'll hear from Colin Murphy. Colin, I'm going to open your line. You'll just need to unmute on your end, and then you may begin.
Hi, thank you. I'm Colin Murphy, C-O-L-I-N-M-U-R-P-H-Y. I'm the co-director of the Energy Futures Research Group at the UC Davis Institute of Transportation Studies. I really appreciate the opportunity to comment here. We hosted some of the meetings that were led by Vice Chair Gunda around this topic. We were very happy to be able to collaborate and participate in the process. I wanted to recognize the thoughtful and very open and collaborative process that those meetings entailed, and recognize the product, which is largely reflected in the letter that we're discussing here today, accurately reflects the feelings of the people in the room and encapsulates sort of the general points of agreement. As several people on this call or on this meeting have noted before, climate change is a serious crisis, and the impacts to all Californians, but especially to lower income and disadvantaged Californians, is going to be very serious. And so it is absolutely clear that we maintain our focus on this long-term crisis. But the solutions to that, which is a problem that's going to take 30 years at least, even under the most optimistic of conditions, for us to transition to low emission transportation, the solutions to that do not need to be disruptive. And the kinds of changes that are suggested in the letter are absolutely compatible with California maintaining its focus on decarbonization of the transportation sector over the long term. I do think this issue of refinery closures and the disruptions to fuel supply indicate a need for us to continue investing in research and modeling tools to better understand our energy system and the impacts of market-driven factors. This is a problem that jurisdictions have just not noticed and not been affected by globally. And so there really isn't as robust a toolkit as we would like in order to understand how we manage the transition in a way that it is just and non-disruptive and vulnerable communities and workers are protected. So I certainly urge the members of the commission to consider the need for those tools and continue research in this area over the long term. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Drew Valdivia. Drew, I'm going to open your line. You'll unmute on your end and then you may begin.
Hello, good morning, commissioners. My name is Drew Valdivia. That's DREWVALDIVIA. I'm with the UA Local 398 Plumbers and Steamfitters Union. I'm a union organizer representing California's working families. I support clean energy, but not at the cost of our community's stability. Refinery closures like Phillips 66 and Valero threaten jobs, healthcare, and dignity for thousands of skilled workers living paycheck to paycheck. When you shut down a refinery without a plan, you fracture entire neighborhoods. We need policies to protect workers while building a sustainable future. I urge you to adopt any California State Building Trades recommendations to stabilize jobs and ensure a just transition. Don't abandon the people who power the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from David Hanson. David, I'm going to open your line. You'll unmute on your end and then you may begin.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is David Hanson. I represent the proud union tradespeople of UA Local 398 with Phillips 66 set to close in Wilmington Refinery in 2025 and Valero's refinery following in early 2026. We face not just fuel supply crisis, but a human one. Thousands of skilled workers who safely operated California's refineries under the strictest environmental standards are being forced out of their livelihoods. President Hannon and Secretary Treasurer Ivanka's letters outline pragmatic steps, issue permits in traditional oil fields to maintain domestic supply, reconsider enhanced oil recovery and carbon capture, and end punitive rules that drive investment and jobs out of California. California can lead the clean energy transition, but only if it brings its workers and critical infrastructure with it. I want to be clear, I support the intent of California's climate policies. Policies without balance become peril. We've seen how skyrocketing energy costs can destabilize the economy. History shows us that Presidents Carter and Biden have both struggled politically when inflation, driven in large part by energy prices, have undermined public trust. California's GDP is at similar risk of erosion. As the CEC's own report notes, the state could see gasoline imports raised by 50% in Northern California by 2026, driving up costs, straining supply, and weakening resilience. With refining in-state becomes more expensive than importing, you don't just lose fuel, you lose jobs, investment, and community stability. We cannot let California become a state of unintended consequences. We must retain enough refining capacity to meet the near-term demand while we scale clean energy alternatives. I urge the Commission to pursue policies that support both decarbonization and economic stability because we can't afford to get this wrong. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Alex Ross. I'm going to open your line, Alex. You'll just unmute on your end and then you can begin. Okay. Alex, we did not get audio with comments. If you would like to submit comments, we can have you docket them in the business meeting docket and then we can share with the leadership today. Next, we're going to hear from Dave Campbell. I'm going to open your line, Dave. You'll just unmute. I think we lost you, Dave. Dave, if you'd like to comment, if you could raise your hand again. I want to make sure we capture all commenters that want to comment. Next, we're going to call on Kay Stamford. I'm going to open your line and then you can unmute on your end and begin. Hi, Stanford, we're not getting any audio, but I'm showing you as unmuted. All right, Kay, I'm going to come back to you. If you want to adjust your audio settings, I will try you again in a moment. All right, next we'll hear from James Facer. James, I'm going to open your line. You'll just need to unmute on your end and then you can begin. All right, next we're going to hear from Marcel Adams. Marcel, I'm going to open your. All right, I think we've heard from everyone who has raised their hand. And I'm just going to check back with our room. All right. And now, excuse me, I'll transition back to you, Vice Chair, for the dais.
Yeah, thank you, Mona. I think moving on to second item, I don't think we have any agency announcements. And I also want to just thank everybody for the public comment. Really grateful for all of you being here and providing your comment and those joining us online. With that, let me go to item number 4 and invite Teresa and Jeremy.
Good morning, Vice Chair and Commissioners. I'm Jeremy Smith, a Deputy Director in the Energy Assessments Division. I'll be presenting today with Teresa Keats from the Vice Chair's office to share an overview of Vice Chair Gunda's response to the Governor's April 21st letter on the state's transportation fuels industry. Next slide, please. Gasoline prices in California reached record highs in the summers of 2022 and 2023. These price spikes prompted the governor to call for special legislative sessions in 2023 and 2024. Resulting legislation granted the CEC new transparency tools to better understand the causes underlying the price spikes, begin comprehensive planning for the fuels transition, and protect consumers. Senate Bill X-12, which was signed into law in 2023, provided the CEC with policy tools to mitigate the risk of gasoline price spikes, including the authority to set a maximum gross refining margin and penalty. Assembly Bill X-21, signed in 2024, added authority to consider refinery resupply and minimum inventory requirements to improve market liquidity and prevent price spikes when refineries undergo maintenance. The CEC has placed significant focus on data collection. The enhanced transparency and collaboration with industry has been fundamental to our understanding of complex market dynamics and challenges and guides responsible policymaking that meets the intended consumer protection purpose. Statutory guardrails, including a requirement to find that likely benefits to consumers outweigh potential costs and to protect the health and safety of employees, local communities, and the public, underscore the importance of treating these complex issues with care. Our implementation strategy is to be data-driven, consider the tools holistically, maximize consumer benefit while avoiding unintended consequences, and support the broader energy transition. Next slide. I'll briefly highlight key efforts and events over the past 2 years to address these complex challenges and protect consumers during the energy transition. In 2023, soon after SBX went into effect, SBX 1.2 went into effect, the CEC prepared for the expanded data collection efforts and hosted workshops to collect feedback on the newly granted tools. In 2024, the CEC adopted several data reporting regulations to support research into the underlying causes of price spikes. We also held 11 public workshops on topics ranging from gasoline price drivers and trends, fuel supply reliability, and the maximum margin and penalty. Staff also published the Transportation Fuels Assessment, which provided an overview of the fuels market and outlined policy options to ensure a safe and reliable supply of fuel. Shortly after the conclusion of the special session in fall 2024, Phillips 66 announced the upcoming closure of its Wilmington refinery in Q4 of 2025 and conversion to an import model. While this business decision had been in the making for a long time, this event underscored the importance of considering how quickly and significantly the market is evolving and feed that into our policymaking process. Recognizing the complex and multi-jurisdictional issues at hand, in early 2025, California Natural Resources Agency Secretary Crowfoot and California Environmental Protection Agency Secretary Garcia convened the Petroleum Strategy Task Force, a cross-agency effort to evaluate petroleum supply chain risks and progress towards a managed petroleum fuels transition. Later this year, the CEC adopted data regulations to improve forward visibility into California's transportation fuel supply and held workshops to consider the benefits and risks of refinery resupply requirements. The CEC continues its work with the California Air Resources Board on the Transportation Fuels Transition Plan, which is also called for by SBX 12. We've held numerous working group and community meetings with diverse stakeholder engagement and are completing analysis on long-term demand decline and supply phase down. In April, Valero announced plans to idle, restructure, or close its Benicia refinery in April of next year, California's second major refinery announcement in 6 months. The governor then directed Vice Chair Gunda to develop recommendations to support fuel supply during the energy transition. And with that, I'll now hand it over to Teresa Keats to walk through the Vice Chair's response.
Thank you, Jeremy, and good morning, Vice Chair, Commissioners. My name is Teresa Keats, and I am a Special Advisor to Vice Chair Gunda. Could I have the next slide, please? On behalf of the Vice Chair's office, as well as a lot of hard work from CEC staff, from consultants, from colleagues at sister agencies, and a variety of stakeholders who spent many, many hours with our team over the past couple of months, I am pleased to provide an overview of our office's response to Governor Newsom's April letter to the Vice Chair on petroleum supply and the energy transition. The letter directed the Vice Chair to redouble efforts to work closely with refiners on short and long-term planning to help ensure that Californians have access to safe, affordable, and reliable transportation fuels through the transition, while at the same time that refiners continue to see value in serving the California market as we continue the decarbonization of our transportation sector and the phase-in of clean alternative fuels, which include biofuels, clean hydrogen, and clean electricity. The letter directed the Vice Chair to recommend by July 1st any changes in the state's approach needed to ensure adequate supply throughout this transition. And the Vice Chair sent a response to Governor Newsom on June 27th. California's transportation sector is evolving rapidly as our state's pioneering climate and air quality policies have accelerated the adoption of fuel-efficient and zero-emission vehicles. This has led to a decline in the demand for petroleum-based fuels. Shown here is gasoline demand through time, as well as the adoption of zero-emission vehicles. And this demonstrates California's successful progress in its transition to a clean energy future. But this trend, as well as other factors, have introduced uncertainty to the petroleum industry. The visual shown here also demonstrates conceptual phases of the fossil fuel transition, a pre-transition phase, early, mid, and late, each with its own evolving needs and challenges. We have entered what has been described by researchers Drs. Emily Grubert and Sarah Hastings-Simons as the mid-transition, during which the demand for petroleum-based fuels, while it is falling, remains significant while clean energy alternatives continue to scale up. And in this critical stage, the state must not only support the growth of our new clean system, it also must manage an orderly decline of the fossil system. Investments in both the legacy and the new system are essential to continue serving needs during the transition. However, the confidence to support investments in the fossil system that are still needed to support a smooth transition can really wane during the mid-transition. And proactive management is critical to support fuel reliability and economic stability, to make sure that we protect communities, protect workers and the environment, and retain support for continued decarbonization. Since receiving the governor's letter in April, the Vice Chair's office has engaged with industry, with impacted communities and stakeholders, and with state and local governments. And through this effort, we have developed a framework to help guide holistic consideration of the challenges ahead and challenges, solutions, sets of recommendations to support a safely managed transition. Next slide, please. Petroleum refinery conversions to producing renewable fuels in recent years, as well as 2 anticipated refinery closures in the next 12 months that are outpacing the demand decline, are symptoms of a rapid evolution during the mid-transition and underscore the need for a holistic strategy to support the transition that protects consumers, protects workers, communities, and the environment. And developing the strategy is a critical piece of our energy transition into achieving our climate goals. The figure on this slide shows California's total estimated in-state gasoline refining capacity over the past 20 years. The blue-green shows operational refineries. The gray shows closed or converted refineries, and the blue shows the anticipated refinery closures. The purple line shows the maximum monthly demand for gasoline. This includes California, and it includes exports to Nevada and Arizona. And demand here that isn't able to be met with in-state refining comes from marine imports of fuel, which is shown in the shaded yellow-orange here. Refineries in California, as well as across the US and parts of the globe, face challenges: rising operating costs, softening demand for refined products, geopolitical dynamics, and really substantial investments that are needed to maintain safe and reliable operations. We're now seeing California's in-state refining capacity falling faster than gasoline demand is declining, and this trend is expected to continue. Valero announced in April its intent to idle, restructure, or cease refining operations at its refinery in Benicia by the end of April 2026. And this comes on top of the anticipated conversion of the Phillips 66 refinery in LA to a product terminal in the 4th quarter of this year. And together, those 2 refineries make up almost 20% of the capacity in the state. Already, 10 to 20% of the gasoline we use is imported, depending on the extent of refinery maintenance at the time. And the gasoline imports statewide could increase to 25 to 35% of demand by the summer of 2026, and up to 50% in the Northern California region after the announced anticipated refinery closures. As we've seen in the past, the market may well find a new equilibrium given enough time. In the near term, though, abrupt and significant changes carry risk of supply disruptions and price volatility, as well as impacts to workers and communities, and really underscore the need for a comprehensive plan. Next slide, please. California is not alone in facing challenges of the transition. Transitions are occurring across the world in different sectors at different rates, within different government and market structures. For example, in the US coal industry, numerous bankruptcies from declining demand resulted in mass layoffs and significant impacts to workers and local communities. Norway's government owns the majority share of its largest energy company, Equinor, which channels profits primarily from oil towards the energy transition, though that does tie that revenue to continued oil extraction. Faced with the imminent closure of its last steel plant, the government of the United Kingdom took over the plant recently, which preserved capacity, but this urgent ad hoc action, rather than having had a sector-wide policy, did lead to some controversy. In Australia, after all but 2 of its refineries had closed, the government established a production subsidy to stabilize its remaining refineries, and this policy does seem to have helped, but the design may not prevent future exits. California can learn lessons from such examples, what worked, what didn't, what might be applicable to our system here, and some general themes for navigating this transition based on what we've seen elsewhere include the importance of advanced planning, of retaining necessary access to goods and services, of protecting the workforce and the communities, and a holistic sector-wide approach. Next slide, please. So here in California, we have seen a very clear symptom of the changing landscape in refinery closures. However, the challenge of navigating this petroleum transition to do it successfully, this spans a complex value chain that really needs to be considered as a whole. The graphic on this slide shows the end-to-end value chain from crude oil production and imports into refineries, which produce refined products, including gasoline, which are then stored and transported across the system, ultimately delivered to retail stations. Because of the interdependent nature of this value chain, disruptions at any point, such as a refinery closure, can have widespread consequences to the entire system. And investments are needed across the system to support necessary fuel supply during the transition. Therefore, policy solutions need to consider the entirety of this value chain, and this value chain touches many different jurisdictions and stakeholders. Next slide, please. When we received the letter from the governor, we had already been grappling with the complexities and the interdependencies of the issues at hand, and that we really need to develop a holistic and proactive approach. And we focused our efforts on a number of avenues in developing the recommendations that we're sharing with you today. The CEC continues to use the transparency tools granted by the legislature to gather new data and insights. We worked with colleagues at other state agencies, especially the Petroleum Strategy Task Force, academic researchers, and with CEC consultants. We engaged in discussion with impacted stakeholders, including representatives from industry, from labor, from environmental and environmental justice organizations, and state and local authorities, both individually and collectively. And truly, truly want to thank the many partners in this for their time engaging with us and their dedication to navigating this really complex issue together. And while not all groups align in their preferred strategies to address the challenges we are facing, there has been shared recognition of different constituencies' priorities, of shared goals, and the importance of approaching this holistically. And a solutions framework developed from this consultation guided the response that we sent to the governor, and we're sharing here. Next slide, please. These strategies and recommendations in our response to the governor reflect our best effort to faithfully represent the many conversations we had, lessons and insights from deeper dives into issues that we heard, and recognition of risks that need to be managed. And we have identified 3 strategies to pursue concurrently in order to support affordable, reliable, equitable, and safe fuel supply through a successful transportation fuels transition. And these are avenues to pursue in parallel, not in isolation. And as mentioned previously, investments in both the legacy and the emerging systems are needed for success here. And many of our recommendations identify methods to help ensure necessary investment of the petroleum system while making sure that none of our state priorities are compromised. This needs to happen at the same time as we continue thoughtfully phasing in the decarbonized system, including by implementing policies to drive down demand for petroleum-based fuel. The first set of actions address volatility and risks to fuel supply in the state. There is credible risk of additional near-term decisions to leave the California market, especially when industry is faced with very big investment decisions that they need to make. And because of the potential for really rapid change, operational and structural adjustments may be needed that have to happen very quickly. Anticipating an increased reliance on imported fuel, we can improve the state's import capacity by addressing regulatory and permitting barriers to efficiently import needed refined products to support supply and price stability. Concurrently, we recommend retaining in-state refining capacity where we can, supporting resilience in the fuel system. Second, we recommend a suite of actions to improve confidence to make the investments that are needed to sustain the operations of the petroleum system while demand for the fuels persist and to support a smooth transition. A lack of investment that comes from uncertainty poses risk to safety and reliability at facilities and will likely lead to further refinery exits faster than demand is falling. So to do this, we offered several recommendations. Crude oil production in California has dropped much faster than demand, with numerous consequences to refineries, to pipelines, and to local economies. Targeted stabilization of in-state crude oil production to be refined in California, consistent with critical health and environmental protections, and as part of a managed transition strategy, would help stabilize critical sections of the value chain, which includes stabilizing pipelines that are crucial for refineries, and stabilizing operations at refineries that are specialized to run California crude, and for whom increased reliance on foreign crude poses significant logistical and financial challenges. Some state regulations that impact the petroleum industry include the Air Resources Board's at-birth regulations, and these address emissions reduction supports, and the Cap and Trade program, which is designed to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Local and regional rules, taxes, fees, and permits, such as from cities, counties, and air districts, also impact the industry, and we recommend strategic alignment of laws, regulations, and incentives across levels of government to effectively achieve the state's policy goals. Jeremy previously outlined the CEC's regulatory toolkit. The CEC's data-driven approach continues, and observations have shown market instability and refining industry restructuring worldwide. And with investor confidence waning during the mid-transition and the really long-term consequences of industry investment decisions being made right now, and continued market uncertainty, including due to federal and global factors, the CEC is taking incredibly seriously the legislative intent and mandate for consumer protection and avoiding unintended consequences and implementing any of the regulatory options. So given these factors, the Vice Chair has recommended a pause on implementing the maximum gross gasoline refining margin and penalty, while focusing on the tools that are designed to promote market liquidity to stabilize prices. And those are the authorities to develop resupply and minimum inventory requirements. And lastly, we recommend developing and implementing a set of policies and programs to support a holistically managed transition. These policies are needed to further the state's commitment to protecting public health, workers, communities, consumers, and the environment, including, for example, transition funding to support workers and communities, planning for the future of impacted land, and continuing to evolve and diversify the transportation sector to meet air quality standards and climate goals. And we believe all three of these tracks pursued concurrently are necessary to promote price stability for consumers, conditions for refiners to safely maintain operations and meet demand for fuel, and to allow progress towards our clean energy future that benefits all Californians. Next slide, please. The strategies and recommendations detailed in our response to the governor represent our careful and collaborative assessment of the petroleum fuels market to date and future scenarios in our transportation sector transition. This period of mid-transition marks a critical new phase in progress towards our climate goals, in which we must support the phase out of our legacy systems as well as the phase in of the new system. The consequences of getting this wrong can be severe, but we believe California once again has the opportunity to lead here in forward-thinking policy. And as the governor stated about this last week, we've got some challenges, and so it just requires some new considerations. This is not rolling back anything. That's actually marching forward in a way that is thoughtful and considered, and that's what a just transition is about. And we want to thank him for his leadership in this area, and want to reiterate our thanks to the many people who devoted even more time than usual to tough conversations with us in the past couple months and helped inform this response to the governor, including from labor, from industry, from environmental and EJ organizations, academia, and state and local government. And we look forward to the continued collective work in the coming months and years. And would also like to express deep gratitude to the Vice Chair for his tireless dedication and thoughtful leadership in this area. So thank you. The letter from the governor and our response are available on our website at the link in the slide. And we would now like to invite some colleagues from sister state agencies to make remarks, as well as some of our consultants. We will hear from Jennifer Lucchesi, Director of the Department of Conservation, Carl Paganelli, Deputy Chief in the Department of Industrial Relations Division of Occupational Health and Safety, Cal OSHA, and CEC consultants Emily Grubert, Associate Professor of Sustainable Energy Policy at the University of Notre Dame, Josh Lappin, Postdoctoral Research Associate at the University of Notre Dame, Dave Hackett of Stillwater Associates, and Tom O'Connor at ICF. And I will pass it to Jennifer Lucchesi.
Good morning, Vice Chair, Gunda, and Commissioners. My name is Jennifer Lucchesi. I'm the Director of the Department of Conservation. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. CalGEM, the state's upstream oil and gas regulator, is organized within the Department of Conservation. My conservation and CalGEM team and I work closely with Vice Chair Gunda and his team to ground truth certain assertions and assumptions relating to the upstream segment of the oil and gas supply and transportation ecosystem. Listen and seek to understand the perspectives and lived experiences of our stakeholders and communities, and to help inform the Vice Chair's analysis and recommendations. It is an understatement to say that the Vice Chair and his incredible team understood the assignment. The Vice Chair delivered an extremely thoughtful, concise, and comprehensive summary of where we are at in this mid-transition phase of our energy evolution, the challenges this uniquely complex phase presents, and the opportunities to advance our energy and climate goals through prioritizing the consumer while also protecting public health and safety and the environment. The Vice Chair's letter reflects thousands of hours of work, not just in research and analysis, but importantly of meaningful engagement with many, many voices heard. His approach to gathering facts, analyzing data, examining assumptions, and learning from and collaborating with academic experts, state government leaders, industry, communities, local government, labor, and environmental protection and environmental justice advocates, by creating a safe space to share and learn with curiosity, was foundational to this effort. In my over 25 years of public service, I've never experienced such an inclusive and collaborative effort over such a compacted time frame that has resulted in a deliverable on a subject as complex, significant, and urgent as this one. This is obviously just the beginning of our work in this mid-transition phase, and there are a lot of significant conversations to be had and decisions to be made. Because of the Herculean work of the Vice Chair and his team, we now have a solid foundation to build on this unique opportunity to uplift and exemplify California's climate leadership by meeting the energy needs of the state through this transition, prioritizing the consumer, and protecting public health and safety and the environment, while also keeping our workers and our underserved communities in the forefront of our minds, who are collectively on the front lines of our energy policies. As both a colleague and a Californian, I'm extremely grateful for the leadership of the Vice Chair, Teresa, Jeremy, Aria, and the entire Energy Commission team for their collaboration and their commitment to the future of California. Thank you so much, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Carl, your line is open if you'd like to begin.
Good morning, Vice Chair and the Commissioners. I'm Carl Paganelli, a Deputy Chief at Cal OSHA in the Department of Industrial Relations. We enforce worker safety and health laws at refineries, oil fields, and most workplaces in California. Cal OSHA supports Vice Chair Gunda's recommendations on ways to ensure that California refinery workers have safe and healthy places of employment during the state's transition away from petroleum fuels. Thank you and your staff for engaging with a wide variety of stakeholders in the process and listening to all of our perspectives. Thank you.
Thank you. And Emily, your line should be open.
Thank you so much. Thank you for giving me a little bit of time to speak. Emily Grubert, I'm a consultant for CEC and a professor at Notre Dame. I spend most of my academic time working on these mid-transition issues and really trying to understand what it means to effectively transition to the kinds of climate and justice futures that we need to. And I'd really like to commend the Vice Chair and everybody who's been engaged in this process for taking this so seriously. I think one of the things that I would just like to really emphasize about this process and how important this is from my perspective, both on a national scale and actually on an international one as well, is how critical it is to be really thinking about what to do in one of these situations. The fact that we know that because we have aging facilities, a climate crisis, an environmental justice crisis in many cases, that we actually do need to see these facilities transitioning really points to the fact that policies to support that transition and really to support people as we get through that transition are so critical. in this situation, we see that a lot of private decisions are being made that do threaten the stability of California's transportation service provision, and really recognizing that having a policy is not only unusual, but actually something that many places don't even see as a requirement at this point, I think really underscores again how important this process has been for California. Thinking about what it's going to look like to move, again, aging infrastructure that nonetheless remains really critical for the way that people experience services and are dependent on for a bit more while we really transition to a new future, I think really gives us an opportunity to think carefully about protecting communities that host these infrastructures, workers at these facilities, and basically everybody that uses these services. So again, just really commending everybody involved for this process and emphasizing how critical it is that this is something that we plan and something that we understand very, very deeply rather than letting it proceed in a chaotic way. So thank you again for the opportunity to be here and for all of your work.
Joshua, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. I wanted to say first that it's been an honor to work with Vice Chair Gunda, Dr. Keats, and the entire Extended Energy Commission team. They've been models of curiosity, honest dealing, and extremely hard work, and it is only with this type of commitment to getting to the bottom of these very tangled problems that we can proceed through this trickiest point in the energy transition. I want to quickly co-sign everything that Dr. Grubert said. Likewise, thinking through these challenges of transition is my day job. My specialty here is in the dynamics and structure of historical transitions, seeking to identify lessons that can help the state avoid pitfalls as it seeks a path through what Dr. Grubert has termed the mid-transition. As longstanding networked infrastructures shrink, they necessarily become more and more fragile over time. And the core challenge for concerned policymakers is preventing that necessary fragility from coming to threaten safety and reliability. A few observations from other transitions that I wanted to highlight here. First, unsuccessful transitions elsewhere have shown us that policy responses that provide unstructured new investments to declining industries can sometimes risk becoming an obstacle to transition itself. And this is a serious risk because it prolongs the period of greatest fragility. And that exposes vulnerable members of the public and workers to prolonged economic uncertainty and threats to health and safety. Second, unsuccessful or high-cost transitions elsewhere have shown us that transition shocks can be both physically and politically dangerous. Establishing policy frameworks in advance can help prevent crisis-driven decision-making that can otherwise prolong the risky conditions that the state faces. And third, many modern transitions end in bankruptcy. And bankruptcies pose a serious threat to safety, reliability, workers, and a major cost to the public. And in bankruptcy or any rescue of a potential bankruptcy, longstanding liabilities like pensions and environmental remediation are often offloaded onto the public. Successful transitions elsewhere have avoided this risk by establishing off-ramps ahead of time for asset holders who are no longer equipped to meet future liabilities. I wanted to say in closing that the state faces real risks, but also huge opportunities to strengthen health, safety, justice, and the economy by completing its energy transition in a managed fashion. That will require new forms and practices of state management, so the type of proactive planning that's happening here is really crucial. Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Dave Hackett.
Hi, good morning. Stillwater Associates' relationship with the California Energy Commission goes back 25 years, starting when we wrote the first strategic fuel reserve study. We've done work for CEC off and on ever since. I very much appreciate being able to observe the roundtable sessions that the Vice Chair led. I'll admit to being skeptical about the chance of meaningful progress, but I was quite impressed with the willingness of the very diverse group of participants to talk through issues and reach for common ground. One of the things that was reinforced during the process was that refiners are leaving the state because they perceive that the regulatory, political, and legal risks outweigh their financial forecasts. They're unwilling to invest in their businesses here because they can get better returns on their investments outside of California. Behind the strategies and recommendations are specific action steps that must be progressed. Many of these are in the Vice Chair's letter. This effort has momentum that must be maintained by taking the action steps that reduce the risks that market participants face. We recommend adopting a strong, results-oriented project management approach to generate the deliverables with clear milestones and delivery dates. Thank you.
Thank you. And then also we've got Tom O'Connor.
Okay, there we go. Good morning, everyone. I also will echo some of the things everyone else has said here. I've been incredibly impressed with the organization of the effort and the collaboration that was achieved among a diverse group of stakeholders. The Vice Chair has shown great leadership, and I've been very privileged to work with him and his team. And I think, as the Vice Chair would likely say, this is not a response to a letter. It's a path forward to what Californians want to achieve, and it's going to be a continuous and probably rocky process, but everyone is committed to move forward. For me, the slide that Teresa showed, which showed 30% or so gasoline imports required to meet regional demands, is one of the most compelling issues that are being faced. The 7 refineries that will remain at the end of 2026 or in the summer of 2026 are going to need to be supplemented by at least a cargo of gasoline per day into the state of California to meet California demands along with Arizona and Nevada demands. There's several levels of concerns about this. One, access to that much gasoline on the global market is going to involve long and expensive supply chains with geopolitical risk that you wouldn't have if it was in California. Number two, the ability to receive, blend, and distribute the fuel is limited in California, and logistics investments are also likely going to be needed. Three, operational reliability needs to be improved for a more stable baseline gasoline supply, and this may also need investment. So it goes back to the key point Teresa made about trying to generate confidence in investing in the state of California and in the refining and logistics industry to meet the demands. Without actions, there will be even more price volatility and supply shortages could occur, which are going to impact the poorest citizens in the state the most, which you heard from many of the folks who spoke today. The refining and fuel supply industry is in business to make a return on their investments in California. They see, as Dave just pointed out, the regulatory outlook as punitive, and that has driven several refineries to announce closures. The folks I work with at ICF have done a lot of planning around the possible timing of refinery closures to align with different demand scenarios on reduced gasoline demands and ZEV growth. However, for all the planning, ZEV growth is in the hands of the California consumers, many of whom are struggling financially, and we don't want to make that worse. Secondly, refineries are seeing better return outlooks in other markets and are leaving the state more quickly than anticipated. This dichotomy has created gasoline price and supply volatility, and the recommendations in the Vice Chair letter, which I strongly support, are essential to be implemented so this scenario can be mitigated to allow more time for the transition to move forward. It may or may not be enough to stop the refiners from closing, but without some intervention to both sustain refinery engagement and increase imports, the transition will be more painful than it could be. The roundtable's initiatives will not make everyone happy. However, the cost of inaction will be far greater on the public overall. And thank you for the opportunity, Vice Chair, and your awesome team.
Thank you so much, everyone. That concludes our presentation, and I will turn it back over to Mona.
Thank you. I'd like to make a brief statement. The CEC is here to receive public comment and engage in discussion and discuss commission business. CEC always requests that discourse and comments remain civil and relevant to the matter at issue. And I also want to state on the record that CEC stands against hate and hate-based statements. And now I'd like to turn it over to the dais.
Thank you, Mona. And I also want to just make sure that I just restate that and kind of, one of the most important parts of public process is procedural equity. People have an opportunity to speak their voice and make their concerns and suggestions known. But I don't think it's a place where we could allow any sort of hate, any sort of stigma. So I just, want to make sure that those who are listening just know that this is not a playground. This is not a place where you impact people because you think it's fun or you just don't understand the decorum and the decency of human existence. So I just want to make sure that we firmly push back on any such comments and move forward with love, dignity, and respect to each other. With that, I just want to open by saying how grateful I am for the team that presented today. So blessed to have Teresa in the role that she is in. Thank you for the amazing presentation. Jeremy, thank you for 2 years of slog on this issue in every shape or form. And for those of you who like the mini pictures, the graphics, it's hours and hours that Jeremy spends on making those, little design changes to make sure everybody understands, the complexity of the system. I also want to just make sure I thank Arya, who has been with us, with our office for 2 years, and her core focus for the 2 years has been petroleum, and hours of dedication, blood and sweat in this area. So, I just want to thank them first for the presentation, but I want to go to the dais for any comments, questions, and I'll close off with my comments. Commissioner Skinner.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I want to thank everyone who shared their thoughts in the public comment, those who did it virtually, and also those of you in the room, and our brothers and sisters in the trades and labor for being here personally and sharing those thoughts. All of your comments are going to underscore my next point, which is to express my appreciation, as all of you did, for the Vice Chair, for the stakeholder process that he engaged in and led, and especially for those staff that supported him. Teresa, Jeremy, Arya, as he mentioned. And I learned in the midst of this that Teresa, it is you who identified the excellent researchers from Notre Dame who had been studying these concepts of, not concepts, but these real transitions that can have these kind of disruptive impacts, and was clearly very beneficial to the work. And I want to thank also the input from the Cross-Agency Petroleum Strategy Task Force. So all the different agencies that worked on it. And I can't even imagine, I've heard some, but about the hours that were spent in constructing this. The task was not easy, and you all handled it with aplomb. The analysis that underpins the contents of the letter that the Vice Chair that we're dealing with, that's the point of this information item that the Vice Chair gave to the Governor on June 27th. That analysis underpinning the contents and the resulting recommendations are just masterful. They truly reflect not only the goals of SB X12, which I will get into in a minute, and AB X21, but they also stay true to California's clean air, climate, and clean energy goals, and our economic goals and desires. We are, as many folks have reminded us, the fourth largest economy in the world, and that is no accident. And yes, we do have high standards. We have high labor standards to protect workers and communities. We have high environmental standards, again, to protect all of us. And we have high other standards that make it more expensive to produce products in California, yes. And so it is incumbent upon us, because we believe in those standards, to make sure that the industries and all the business activities in our community that we expect to meet those standards, that they know we have their back. And so as the author, some of you may think, well, Skinner, look at your history. Yes, I have been the author of many of the laws that have set those standards. So I was a lead author on SB X12 and the co on AB X21 that established our Department of Petroleum Market Oversight with the focus on protecting California consumers against unreasonable gasoline price spikes. But the focus of those bills was not to drive our refineries out of the state. Now, I know that some of my friends in WISPA, for example, the Western States Petroleum Organization, might think differently, might think that really that was our intention. But just a little slight deviation here. When I first got into the assembly, I represented most of the refinery areas. Chevron Refinery, for example, in Richmond was in my district. And they had a proposal that they introduced in 2005 to greatly increase the capacity, their refinery capacity, to add 300,000 gallons a day, which of course right now would be beneficial. But there were various organizations that fought them and went to court. And this court case was dragging on when I got elected. And it was putting the refinery in jeopardy, which meant the jobs, which meant the gasoline that we rely on, various other things. So I engaged with then Attorney General Brown, Jerry Brown, to do our best to get a settlement in that so that we could retain that refinery, retain those jobs, and retain it knowing that all of the refined product made in California is cleaner, has less air pollution, and is more protective than any product that we're going to get from elsewhere. And you know, pollution knows no geographic bounds. So to think that product from somewhere else is going to be better for us environmentally, it just isn't. So, you know, I also had a history in trying to retain steel and cement production. Steel, cement, refinery, those are all the highest carbon you can ask for. And yet we're dependent on them. And so they're cleaner here. They're better here. Yes, a little more expensive, but better. So we have to do our best to retain those. Now back to this letter. So the two bills that I mentioned and I'm very involved in provided the CEC new tools, which enabled the CEC to take action if necessary to protect against these unreasonable price strikes. But those were also within the context of the CEC's mandate and the legislature's mandate too, to ensure a reliable, affordable, and safe transportation fuel supply. So even before those bills, the CEC was responsible for doing the projections of transportation fuel need and whether we had the adequate supply to do that. So yes, the price spikes that we experienced in 2022, they were real. There's no denying that. And it was legitimate to act to protect our consumers. But in those bills were guardrails to ensure that any action that was taken did not have unintended consequences that might, for example, jeopardize refinery worker safety, jeopardize the safety of adjacent communities, or cause unintended gas price increases. we're of course trying to protect against those. And what I note is that the CEC, the vice chair's letter, and the recommendations that are articulated stayed true to that legislative purpose, which is to protect California not only against the gas price spikes, but to ensure that access to reliable transportation fuels as we are in this transition to a clean energy, non-fossil future. And it is clear from my background that I am very committed to that clean energy and non-fossil fuel future, as are those who spoke today, and as obviously the commission. Transitions have to be planned carefully, which was obviously articulated in the letter. And with the improvements in fuel efficiency that our vehicles have undergone over, the last couple decades, and the increase in EV adoption, vehicles on California roads are using less gasoline, as was shown. And that trend is going to continue. And of course, on the natural, that's going to have impacts on our refining industry. But it is still an industry that we need to rely on, as I mentioned. So the recommendations, well, basically what I wanted to say is that it is not contradictory to prioritize retaining industrial capacity in our environmental and climate goals. It is not contradictory. And it in fact is essential if we want to meet those goals. So I just wanted to lastly say that the recommendations, as I opened with, are masterful, as is the analysis underpinning the letter. And they do not back off either SBX12 or ABX21, nor are they backing off the goals I've mentioned: clean air, climate protection, economic. And they reflect the very mandate that the legislation gave to the CEC. They are also focused on appropriately managing our clean fuels transition to minimize the most abrupt and disruptive impacts. So I look forward to the opportunity where we get to vote on those, the CEC, on those parts that are within our discretion. And as I am not in the legislature now, I look forward to when the legislature votes on those aspects that they must address and adjust. And I'm very, very thankful to everyone who is engaged in the development of this. And I look forward to this continued collaborative work.
McAllister. Thank you, Vice Chair. I'll be much briefer. I want to just thank everyone who spoke for bringing their really, I think, very well-grounded and sincere perspectives to this, rooted in their own experience. I think that was a great representation of how important this process is, and would just pile on to the gratitude of the Vice Chair. I don't know that I've ever met anyone who is so, who balances and exemplifies so well so many positive qualities, certainly as a public servant, but also as a person. And I think that humanity is really what comes through in his management of, your management of that process. And just really being respectful in every moment, and fact-based, and just really digging in as deep as was necessary to get to the core issues and then elucidate the solution, to bring people in to try to find solutions and elucidate those in the letter. I think that process was done. I think masterful is the word. So thank you, Commissioner Skinner. I am hesitant to say too much about this because I'm flanked by the two people who are probably most knowledgeable in the state about this issue at this point. And who have been most active for longest. Certainly on behalf of the commission, but far beyond that. I did want to just, in terms of just hard work and just groundedness, analytical expertise, and process focus, I just really thank you, Vice Chair Gunda. I really appreciate that. And the briefings have really, that I've gotten along the way from Jeremy primarily, but Teresa and the rest of the staff have, I think, highlighted the reality of the lack of sleep and the long days and the long months and years on this issue. And it's a hugely important issue for the state, as I think everyone knows and has said. I wanted to just kind of put this in a little bit even broader context. This is so our, as both of you, as everyone knows, our gasoline consumption is going to decrease over time. I mean, that's a fact of the transition. That means that if you're an owner of a infrastructure that's sort of going to decline as a result of that, decline in consumption, you have a hard kind of narrative to give to your shareholders and your community. And so I think acknowledging those realities and that there are hard choices that have to be made by private actors and by the public sector and by everyone, all the stakeholders, and that do impact jobs and communities and our economy at large, a big part of our economy. This is one example of that, right? So this is a big one, and it's complicated, and everybody I think has highlighted how complicated it is, and that really it's key to be at the table with everybody who's necessary, forging solutions and with respect, with seriousness, with perseverance, and really form solutions that in a long-term planning framework, and really be intentional about the potential downsides, the upsides, really work through everything and focus on that for the long term. And so I think this is really, while it's the result of a long process and a ton of work, it's really just the commencement of a process to find and implement those solutions really over the next decades, years and decades. And I think there are a bunch of other topics that are interrelated that the legislature embraced this year, on housing, on affordability generally, across the board really. The role of local government versus the state, lots of big issues like that. Each of those issues is going to need, a commensurate effort to figure out how to really walk forward and solve these problems together and minimize the downsides and really enhance the upsides. And the upsides are big over time, right? We're going to end up with a much, much better state with healthier people, a more thriving economy, even larger. Maybe we'll be third. And I guess we can't be first because we'll never be bigger than the US, but but I wanted to just sort of talk about this more broadly. Like this is a serious effort within a whole nested group of big efforts that altogether make up California's transition. And I hope and pray that we have sort of the perseverance and the public servants that we need to sort of clone Vice Chair Gunda and Commissioner Skinner and other responsible public servants. And there are many. But we're going to need every single one to get to where we need to go in the coming decades. So I'm I'm optimistic actually that we can make it all work and fit together. But we're going to rely on all of you and your sort of counterparts in other arenas. Everybody who participated in this process. So it's it takes much more than a village, I think, in this case. It takes the whole state. So it's really inspiring, actually, to see this example and to get to where we are. So I just want to, again, just thank the Vice Chair and the team here at the CEC and our sister agencies and all the partners across the state, because it really matters and you all deserve a lot of credit. So thank you.
Buenas tardes. Good afternoon, everybody. I'll just say ditto in terms of the gratitude to the commenters, all the participants who went through this process, the leadership of Vice Chair Gunda and his team with Teresa at the forefront. I wanted to make a couple comments, and I do have a question, maybe two. First, one of the main themes that I heard through the comments is that this letter is not just a response to the governor, but a framework that has been created for climate policy, and one that could be a model because it's based on data, focused on planning, inclusive of diverse perspectives. So I want to celebrate that and uplift that we've got a framework here we can really work with. One of the other comments was about having a thoughtful transition. I really appreciated seeing the phases of the transition. I think that's really helpful to help us grasp where we're at and where we need to go. And it's more like an evolution, right, that requires time versus it being an immediate shift.
And so that need to plan before closing the refineries, I think, is really important. I'm part of the Green Empowerment Zone that's happening in Solano and Contra Costa counties, trying to work cohesively with the local governments, trades, unions, and others to figure out how can we ensure that people don't get left behind, that they don't fall through the cracks if there is a transition from a fossil fuel-based economy to a clean energy economy. So I think this falls in line with the work that you're leading, Vice Chair, and maybe we can talk about some of the additional needs regarding this type of effort as the Green Empowerment Zone is presenting. And then in terms of my questions, I really appreciated the group getting together, this, diverse perspectives, diverse voices. And I'm wondering if that group is going to continue meeting. And if it is going to continue meeting, I am curious if there are any health experts that are part of the group, because one of the things that resonates for me is I know there's costs of gas on daily lives. I know there's costs of the loss of jobs to workers that impact their families as well, but there's also the cost of health in terms of medical bills for the pollution that is caused by these fossil fuel-based resources. So I'm just curious if we could also get that perspective in there if it's not already there.
Thank you, Commissioner, for your kind words. We are absolutely not done. So a lot of this engagement has only just started and continues. And as you pointed out, the public health pillar is one of those key pieces. And we would not be here where we are today without all these various perspectives that have been offered so far and will continue to be. And I think the health piece is a critical part that we will continue to emphasize and uplift and collect the expertise. We do not have all the answers, and we need to all work collectively and gather that expertise.
Yeah, Commissioner Garrido, just on that one, in the preliminary process, CARB has been in the room. So CARB has been both our air and health kind of perspectives to begin with. And one of the suggestions from the core group that worked on the letter is to expand as we move into the implementation phases of this work.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you. So I guess we might do another item before we go to lunch, but I just wanted to make sure I close this item. I don't know, I have a lot of notes that I wanted to share, but I feel like so much has been said that I wanted to cover in much more accurate and thoughtful manner. So I'm not going to repeat the essence of a lot of comments that have been made, but I think I just wanted to maybe identify three pieces. Just on Teresa did a masterful job of kind of going through the letter. So, the kind of the problem statement, the method, and the recommendations are laid out for the commission for a future meeting. I think we'll come back to the commission with some recommendations for adoption as quickly as we can, because we do want to move through the uncertainty phase as quickly as we can. I think the first bucket of what I want to share is just an absolute sincere gratitude to each and everybody. I personally feel incredibly blessed to have the friends, the colleagues, and the family that inspires the way we work and the way our office approaches this. It's a reflection of our friendships with a lot of stakeholders who are in this room today, the way they conduct themselves, the way they push us to do the right thing, the way they help us do the right thing. So I just want to say I feel blessed to have the friends and colleagues we have that inspire the work we do. Because of the roundtables, we try to keep it as confidential in terms of being it a closed door and respect that. But I do want to just thank a couple of people. I want to thank Mario, city manager from Benicia, the way he mentioned, sorry for calling you at 9 o'clock on Saturday. asking if you had an idea with the problem that we were dealing with. And thank you for taking the call in the middle of dinner with your kids and helping us walk through that. Those are the moments that inspire confidence for me that we're in this together. And thank you, Mario, for all the work you've done. I had a long relationship with Kathy, from WISPA over the last 2.5 to 3 years. Our perspectives come from the people that we represent sometimes, but I believe I can say genuinely that she's a friend. She's a colleague who works different approaches, different perspectives, but at the end of the day, we work together to make a common solution happen. Dan is in the room. Dan, thank you for your article that you just wrote. And for you to kind of say how your stomach turns when you have to think about from your perspective what we need to do through the transition, but having the courage to be in the room, having the courage to inspire and be an ambassador for the colleagues who trust you. So to you and Caitlin, thank you so much. And my secret power has always been Connie. I just want to say, Connie, thank you for years of engagement. You, Julia, a number of people that have worked, Chris Hannon, Mike Smith from the labor colleagues. It's just an amazing honor and opportunity to be in these roles, to kind of walk away and say we've done something good for the public. So I just kind of want to close that by saying, what we do, I don't jokingly say that this is truly how I feel. I'm a proud B+. Not because I don't want to be better than a B+, but that's what's the God-given intelligence I have. But we can do A+ job when we work together and we honor the wisdom of the process. And that's something that I learned from Commissioner McAllister. Always talks about the wisdom of the process. The more people work together, the more openly we work together, the better we do things. So I just want to say thank you for that perspective. We'll need a couple of thanks to our internal team who stakeholders don't see, that the day in and day out. Just to Drew. Drew has been on this issue for 3 years now. And for those people who do not know, what Drew does is magic behind the scenes to make all this go and make all this work, the funding, the people, and the long times when I have moral lack of clarity and strength. And I call him and I say, I'm struggling. And he's just, this is your job, be brave. So thank you for doing that. And David Hochschild, the chair, and all the people that Drew represents. Also want to say thanks to Chad and the Chief Counsel's Office, who have been incredible in this process. The enormous number of hours, middle of the day, middle of the night, Chad has little kids, kind of shows up. So Chad, thank you. And then all the people that you represent along with Lisa and Sanjay. I want to thank comms. Nikki is here. The job that we do is messaging honestly what we think is happening. Doesn't happen without being able to do this work in a meaningful and being able to communicate. So Nikki, to you and all the people that you represent. And lastly, Jeremy, blessing, absolute blessing for the last 2 years. I didn't know how to implement the data products that you've asked us to do. It's over 10,000 hours. I think it's double that now, maybe 20,000 hours that the staff have spent over the last 2.5 years collecting data. And it would not happen without the persistence on quality and persistent analysis that you represent and all the staff that you bring along. And office, Teresa, Arya, I can't do this without you. Thank you. To kind of move from there to just our external colleagues, we had Jen Lucchese, the director from DOC speak. We had Carl Paganelli. We also had Leanne Randolph, Chair Randolph, who was in all the meetings. Just a big gratitude. Again, the common theme here is people who are willing to trust and have the courage to come together to have difficult conversations. And each one of you inspire that. And, Jenny, I know you worked on a lot of different controversial, difficult things, but you are an absolute rock star in making people talk to each other and bring the kindness. So thank you for being a part of the conversation. I will leave many people, but for those of you who have been in the meetings, Tim, you've, conversations we had with you, just a stroke of things. And finally, our state agencies. Thanks to Secretaries Crowfoot and Garcia, they've been leading the cross-agency task force, which comprises of 13 agencies, including our own DPMO, and we have Lands Commission, we have Coastal Commission, we have Fire Marshal. We all sat down many, many times to pressure test some of the issues and assumptions, and just the amount of work that they had to do going beyond their quote unquote PY availability. And they were just working with us on this issue as a side project. So big thanks. And also to the governor. I would not be here without him putting me in this job. I'm really nobody. I was staff, an immigrant, didn't have a lot of things. For whatever reason, he put us in this job and asked us to, lead this work. I just want to say a big thanks to the governor for always trusting and supporting the work that we do as an office. And kind of, gratitude, the process. I just wanted to kind of close on a personal note. I think, as public servants, I hope that our work could provide a voice for those who are powerless and who need to be at the table. And we take the time and have the courage to bring them into the room and give them the voice they need. These are challenging times, a lot of uncertainties. Without the love and respect and trust we can show each other, we cannot move forward. And I just hope that we continue to do that. I'm a father of a 6 and 9-year-old, and I stare at this every morning when I kiss their faces. The crisis that they are growing up into, whether it's economic, social, or environmental, it's deeply, deeply personal to me that I want a good world for my kids. So I woke up in the morning thinking we need to do this. And I feel this fear that we might leave each other behind, that we don't fight for each other, that we don't work for each other. I feel this fear. But when we go through these tough processes and work we do, I also feel this incredible belief deep in my heart that we are in a world that when there is a sincere ask for help, and when there is a place of love and togetherness, we can solve anything. We can absolutely solve anything. So I want to thank all the stakeholders, all of them who, open their hearts with trust to solve problems, have these difficult conversations. Let's do this. Let's kind of continue our work together. And as we solve for the industry and the mid-transition, let us not leave the communities behind, the workers behind, and let's make that a priority and a commitment to each other that we are going to take care of all Californians and set a model for the nation and set a model for the world. We do it well, the rest of the world would be inspired. I don't like to tell people what to do. I like to be an example that people are inspired by. So thank you and look forward to future conversations. Thank you. My item was supposed to be the first item. We spent a solid 3 hours on that item. So I just wanted to ask, are we going to do another item or take a break? Okay, I think we're going to take an item. For those of you who are here for petroleum stuff, thank you. And we'll talk to you all soon again. With that, let's go to the next item, DWR. Yeah. Delphin, this is your chance to go as fast as you want.
Absolutely. I know I am the only thing standing between you all and lunch. So it's been an exciting morning. Thank you so much, Vice Chair, Commissioners. But thank you for allowing us to go ahead. We also have our colleagues from the PUC and the CAISO on the line, and I must make my presentation in their presence as well. So appreciate you seeing us sooner. So good morning. My name is Delphine Ho, Deputy Director for Statewide Energy. I'm here to provide an update on the Electricity Supply Strategic Reliability Reserve Program. Next slide, please. Okay, DWR's program, the SRP, is one part of the Strategic Reliability Reserve that the state has. The CEC oversees two of those programs, but we'll be presenting from the DWR's perspective on the SRP. That was created to act as an insurance policy, safeguard the electricity grid against those very extreme combined events such as wildfires, heat events, droughts, all those things that have been brought to us by climate change. And hopefully this helps support California transition to a clean energy future. Next slide, please. So we're here to provide our mandatory quarterly update. Today's our 12th presentation. I'd like to also thank, I think we have also the PUC and the CAISO representatives. I think they were supposed to be promoted as panelists, so thank you very much for that. And we are expected to be coming back in the fourth quarter of this year for our next presentation. Next slide, please. So as I've presented before, we have these sort of 5 distinct projects extending the life of retiring facilities, new temporary generation, zero emission fuel technology, storage resources, as well as imports. But going on to the next slide, this gives you an idea of the portfolio that we've had since 2022. We're moving now into 25, probably I think also for 26, it's going to be fairly steady state at that about 3,000 megawatts. And it's important to note that all the resources that are in the SRP are default off, except when called upon for extreme events or required maintenance and testing. And for the short start units, they only respond automatically to the energy emergency alert watches and higher from either the California ISO or other major California balancing authorities. Currently, DWR does not have any new resources under contract, but remain open to the opportunities. We, like the rest of the industry, are looking at increased costs, lack of interconnection, high demand for non-emitting technologies, and of course now these new challenges around tariffs and new legislation. So it has been a challenge, but we remain open, though we also want to be careful that we don't compete with facilities that are already under discussion by the load serving entity. So we want to make sure that we're additive to the discussion and not taking away opportunities from others. To make it short, I want to thank again the collaboration and cooperation we have, as always, with the California Energy Commission, California Public Utilities Commission, and the California Independent System Operator. Thank you.
Yeah, we don't have, yeah, thank you, Dr. Ho. You know, the reason we'll do this is we just like to see you here. So this is a
Likewise.
This is a statutory way of making you come and meet with us. Let me see if commissioners, any questions, comments, please. Go ahead. Commissioner Skinner.
Thank you for making the report. I'm glad that it shows that we are in good shape with these resources. I, of course, was really happy to see temporary diesel generators down to zero. And I know that we're going to continue to work on trying to move off of them entirely. And of course, the fact that private individuals or private sector may have them is not fully in DWR's control. But I think the more of this work that obviously DWR and CEC is doing, of course, and PUC, all of us are doing, then the less people are going to feel the need to have that type of a generator. And because we won't have power outages, as we have not had. So that's our goal, and really appreciate the presentation.
Thank you, Commissioner Skinner.
Just really thanks, Delphine. Appreciate you and everything DWR is doing. And we have a lot of irons in the fire in terms of how we're going to keep reliability adequate over the coming years. We've been talking a lot about load flexibility and trying really our darndest to make that into a resource that can help buttress reliability and potentially in the future, obviate some of the need for the dirtier resources. But right now we're in all the above mode, and I really just appreciate you everything you're doing to implement the reserve program faithfully and diligently, and it's really important. So thanks for the update.
Thank you, Commissioner McAllister.
Yeah, Commissioner Canada.
Yeah, I'll ditto the gratitude, Delphine. And I was just curious, did Christy and Molly want to comment?
I'll just add to the thanks and say that, Delphine, we really appreciate all your team
does and continues to do to help bolster grid reliability as we make our way through the thick of yet another summer. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll just echo and say thank you, Delphine, for giving the presentation. I did appreciate I'll also mention I appreciate the Energy Commission hosted in May, the reliability workshop where we had an opportunity to deep dive into the reliability situation. And I think the outcome from that day, the takeaway from that day was definitely that things are in better shape and we're making steady progress towards increasing the state's capacity availability, which helps us not need, hopefully, the strategic reliability reserve large resources in the long term. And as Delphine mentioned in her presentation, those are only available to start under certain conditions. And that sounds like we are in good shape, reducing our need for those. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners, and Director Ho. Again, thank you to you, but also the team that you represent at DWR. I know there's a lot of work that goes on, and we are not usually thought of, and things are going well, so that's a good thing. So this year, even though we're all technical people, we're also a little sentimental, so we'll continue to say this as we are cautiously optimistic. That's our agreed upon thing. So I just want to give a big shout out to Molly Sturko and the team that she represents and the tremendous work that they're doing at PUC. Christy, Mark Rothleader, and everybody from CAISO and the leadership that they show. This is a collective effort. We're in this together. I cannot believe that in 2022, where we were, and it's easy, a couple of years go by and then we forget the incredible hard work that so many staff from all the agencies, but the stakeholders did to pull together to keep the lights on in California, and the incredible leadership of GoBiz and the governor's office as well. So I think it's a collective team. I want to say thank you. We're feeling cautiously optimistic. The role of DWR is very important, not just in the reliability space, but in the broader energy transition space. So I want to say thank you to you for coming up. And so we're hoping that because of how much we like to see you, we'll try to have a mid-quarterly update soon, so we can have more meetings. So thank you all. Thanks for being here. And with that, we'll take a break. Public advisor, what do you think? What time should we come back? Closed session. We have a closed session item now.
Closed session now.
Any preference? We can do it now? Okay. All right, so then we'll give ourselves an hour of lunch. So come back at 1:45.
Okay, let me, Vice Chair, let me read the basis for the closed session. Pursuant to Government Code Section 11126E1, the CEC may adjourn to a closed session with its legal counsel to discuss following pending litigation matters. I'm not going to read the case numbers. They are listed in the published business meeting agenda. Shasta County and Pitt River Tribe versus CEC, California Fuels and Convenience Alliance versus CEC, Interlink Products International versus CEC, and Case versus CEC. In addition, pursuant to Government Code Section 11126E, the CEC may also discuss any judicial or administrative proceeding that was formally initiated after this agenda was published, or determine whether facts and circumstances exist that warrant the initiation of litigation or that constitute a significant exposure to litigation against the CEC. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I think I'm going to just amend. We'll come back at 2, give the commission 15 minutes to grab lunch, and then we'll assemble. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Welcome back to the business meeting. Just want to note that there is nothing to report from the closed session meeting. With that, let's move to item number 9.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Julia Harnad. I'm with the Energy Research and Development Division, and I'll be presenting 5 agreements under the Environmental Sustainability of the Clean Energy Transition solicitation. Next slide, please. So this solicitation was focused on research that can address knowledge gaps between the environment and clean energy technologies, decarbonized window designs, and energy efficient artificial lighting. And the funding for the 5 projects would be just under $3 million. Next slide, please. The benefits to Californians include supporting the streamlined development of renewable energy through reducing delays in permitting and avoiding additional costs, while also helping meet SB 100 goals, reducing energy use and costs by identifying appropriate lighting, and reducing environmental effects associated with renewable energy, decarbonized buildings, and exterior lighting. Next slide, please. So the first project I'm presenting is with Lawrence Berkeley National Labs, and it is focused on testing bird-friendly windows for decarbonized buildings. And the research proposes to design and test bird safety features into energy-efficient insulated glazing units and support incorporating bird safety requirements into energy standards. To do this, LBNL will partner with several glass manufacturers to design, build, and test the performance of different types of bird-safe insulated glazing units that meet or exceed California requirements for solar heat gain coefficient, thermal transmittance, and bird threat factor. The results of the testing will provide quantitative performance data on energy efficient and bird-safe glazing that can support the incorporation of bird safety requirements into energy standards like California's Title 24. We expect the benefits of the project to include a proven window solution that would both be bird safe and meet or exceed the California building energy codes. The results would be included in LBNL's international glazing database to encourage adoption. Next slide, please. Our next project is with UC Davis, and the focus of the study will be looking at soil carbon storage, panel performance, and biodiversity at large ground-mounted PV sites. The research proposes to conduct field experiments and statistical models to investigate how ground photovoltaic infrastructure affect soil carbon sequestration, native plant communities, and fossorial wildlife. We're referring to wildlife that live below the ground. They will quantify effects on soil carbon storage potential by measuring soil carbon, carbon fluxes, and related soil properties at both PV and non-PV sites. They also propose to monitor vegetation dynamics and compare the success of prairie seed mixes in photovoltaic sites. They plan to determine how this productivity influences photovoltaic performance through panel temperature cooling, and they plan to evaluate fossorial or soil animal habitat utilization through tracking changes in community composition and spatial distribution at PV and non-PV sites. We expect project benefits to include possible carbon offsets from demonstrated soil sequestration, improved PV performance through appropriate vegetation management, overall acceleration of renewable energy buildouts by promoting multifunctional land use and facilitating siting, and supporting fossorial biodiversity. Next slide, please. Our third project is being proposed with UC Merced, and it is focused on environmental and cost-benefit valuation of power over water deployment in California. The research proposes to investigate the cost and co-benefits of solar over water systems, and they consist of floating PV and solar canals. They plan to complete a sensitivity analysis and modeling effort. And the expected benefits of the research include increased solar panel efficiency, cost savings in permitting and interconnection, habitat impact mitigation, and water conservation. Next slide, please. Our next project is with UC Davis in a different department, and they propose to focus their study on a biologically appropriate lighting to support nature conservation and energy efficiency. The research by UC Davis's Lighting Technology Center proposes to investigate mitigating outdoor lighting impacts on essential species like night pollinating insects, bats, and migratory birds. They will do this using a variety of research methods like literature review, spatial analysis, industry and consumer engagement, and proof of concept demonstrations. We expect the benefits of the project to include providing guidance for more efficient lighting standards, as well as non-energy benefits of reducing light pollution, which would support essential nocturnal species and populations and functioning. Next slide, please. This brings us to our 5th project, and it is with the Mojave Ground Squirrel Conservation Council, focused on adaptively managed translocation and propagation of the threatened Mojave ground squirrel. The project proposes to develop a set of protocols and propagation programs that will allow translocation and inform the effective relocation of Mojave ground squirrel from solar energy facilities in the Mojave Desert. They propose to translocate Mojave ground squirrels from source sites, tracking them, releasing them on recipient sites, and monitoring them and creating a translocation plan. They also propose to propagate Mojave ground squirrel at the Living Desert Zoo in Palm Desert through 2 cycles and creating a propagation plan. The research is expected to provide both cost and time-saving benefits to utility-scale solar energy projects through supporting streamlined permitting, developing, and operating the solar facilities by having mitigation solutions available through the Mojave Ground Squirrel Translocation Plan. Also facilitating solar project siting by removing uncertainty associated with conservation management, while also providing an alternative solution for possible residing Mojave ground squirrels. Next slide, please. Our recommendation is to adopt staff's recommendation that all 5 agreements are exempt from CEQA and to approve all 5 agreements for a total funding of just under $3 million. That is the end of my presentation. I'm open to questions and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Julia. Before we go to commissioner discussion, go to public comment. Thanks.
Thank you. The commission welcomes public comment on item 9 at this time. If you're joining us in the room, we ask that you visit the public advisor table and use our QR code or get assistance to join the queue in the room. And if you're on Zoom, you'll use the raise hand feature on your screen. It looks like an open palm or *9 if joining by phone. That'll let us know you'd like to comment. And I'm not seeing anyone in the room, so I'm going to transition over to Zoom. And we've got Chatho Abirathna. Apologies if I've mispronounced your name. I'm going to open your line. You'll unmute on your end, and then you can begin. And just a reminder, if you could please spell your name for a court reporter, and we are asking for comments to be 2 minutes or less.
Thank you. And my apologies. I'm actually providing a public comment on item number 8. I couldn't act sooner. Would it be okay if I provide a comment for item number 8 at this time?
Yes, you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Gunda, members of the Commission, CEC staff, and guests. My name is Chathu Abirathna, spelled as CHATHU ABEYRATHNA. Thank you for the opportunity to provide a comment. I'm a senior engineer with Silicon Valley Clean Water, and I'll be acting as the project manager for the grant opportunity associated with item number 8. SVCW is very excited to embark on this opportunity with our partners at Stanford University, namely Professor Mauter and her team in the Water and Energy Efficiency for the Environment Lab. I would also like to thank you for CEC for this amazing grant opportunity. This effort will help SVCW to operate the treatment plant more efficiently, and it will also help the entire wastewater industry to become more efficient and reduce cost of operation in the future. I also want to thank you, CEC staff, for their hard work to solicit proposals, complete the selection process, and complete the grant agreement for this exciting project. Thank you.
All right, those are the only raised hands for item 9. So back to you, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mona. Thank you for the comment. Move to commissioner discussion. Commissioner McAllister.
Great. Thanks, Julie, for the presentation and also the briefing earlier this week. And all 5 of these projects, I think, are great. I think, we're blessed with a lot of species in our huge and beautiful and diverse state. And I think when we install, as we move through the transition and we create disturbances, we actually are obligated to look at them and make sure that we don't over impact the environment, and we mitigate where we can, and we learn how to do that most efficiently and effectively. And I think all of these projects actually do that. It's great to see Merced on here. I think that's just a real up and coming, fantastic campus. Obviously Davis and Berkeley Lab, we work with them fairly routinely. So all of these feel like the right thing to do. In particular, I'll just note the last one, having a local nonprofit that's doing really good work to mitigate is also a really good thing to support. And I appreciate the discussion we had about that. And, I think messaging this out to the public that we're doing this and why we're doing it, I think is really important, and framing it as part of the transition and the necessary role that we have to play, that we want to play, that needs to be played to help preserve our environment along the way, so that we don't have to make trade-offs where we don't make trade-offs where we don't have to make trade-offs. So really appreciate the staff's diligence on this and in full support. So thanks a lot.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Gallardo?
Oh, yeah. No, go for it.
Julia, thank you so much for the great presentation. Also, I really enjoyed the briefing we had. It was fun, and something I really enjoyed was talking about the additional benefits. We talk about clean energy being a benefit, but then there's the other things that we can do. And so I really appreciate the intentional work that you and the team are doing on this front for those additional benefits. And then for the presentation, I really enjoyed seeing the various photos you have there, reminding us, like Commissioner McAllister saying, of the wildlife, flora and the fauna, and all of the things that are important for us to think about and hopefully preserve, defend, protect, et cetera, as we're moving on clean energy. So that's it. Thank you, and doing great work. And I look forward to hearing the results of these projects.
Thank you, Commissioner Gallardo. Before we move to voting, first of all, thank you so much, Julia, for the presentation. I want to note that on items 9B and 9D, proposed resolutions to approve grant agreements with UC Davis, I note for the record, pursuant to Government Code Section 1091.5 A9, that I recently taught a course at UC Davis Energy and Efficiency Institute. This is considered a non-interest under conflicts of interest law because neither grant agreement involves the Department of UC Davis where I taught, and I have no direct or indirect financial interest in either grant agreement. With this disclosure, I'm able to vote on these items. Commissioner McAllister, would you move?
Move item 9.
Okay, we move to the votes. Commissioner McAllister?
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner? Commissioner Gallardo?
Aye.
I vote aye as well. The item passes 4-0. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now we go back to the order and moving to item number 6.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair, Commissioners, and other attendees. My name is Fabi Lau, the Equity Outreach and Engagement Lead at the Office of the Public Advisor, Energy, Equity, and Tribal Affairs. I'm joined by my colleague, Carousel Gore. Together, we're here to present the 2024 Justice, Access, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion, or JEDI report. Next slide, please. The JEDI report is an opportunity for us to highlight some of our work from 2024 towards advancing justice, access, equity, diversity, and inclusion. This presentation will start with the history of our JEDI work, followed by our outward-facing initiatives, also called JEDI Out. Afterwards, you will hear from Carousel, who will be presenting on our inward-facing initiatives, also called JEDI In. Next slide, please. It has been 10 years since the CEC formalized its commitment to equity. In 2015, the CEC adopted a diversity resolution. It made it the CEC's policy to advance equity and supplier diversity by optimizing opportunities for participation and benefits to diverse businesses and disadvantaged communities. This resolution led to the diversity report, which is now called the JEDI report, and has been presented every year since 2016. The diversity resolution was the catalyst for the next iteration of the Commission's equity work. In 2019, the CEC established the Inclusion, Diversity, Equity, and Access Initiative to create an approach that was more comprehensive to advancing these principles. We wanted a focus on our external-facing programs plus our internal workplace. In 2021, the IDEA initiative was later renamed to JEDI to reflect that justice is a key piece of the CEC's work. And here we are now, presenting on last year's JEDI efforts. Next slide, please. This slide and the next summarize the new investments we're tracking in 2024 that have gone to disadvantaged and low-income communities. These communities have historically been underinvested and left out, ignored, or harmed by policies of the past. As you'll notice, all the programs listed here are investing in the double digits, ranging from 16% on the low end to 100% on the high end. The percentages in this slide and the next are for programs that tracked and reported data in 3 categories: disadvantaged communities, low-income communities, or in census tracts that are considered both disadvantaged and low-income. The Clean Transportation Program, or CTP, had 75% of its investments go to disadvantaged communities, low-income communities, or both. The other programs in this slide are for the Energy Research and Development Division, or ERDD. The ERDD program data is for technology demonstration and deployment projects. These percentages do not include combustion projects. The CEC has received feedback from the CPUC and CEC Disadvantaged Communities Advisory Group and community groups over the years that communities don't consider combustion projects as investments in disadvantaged and low-income communities. The rest of the programs won't be covered in detail, but I would like to highlight the EPIC program, where 66% of investments went to disadvantaged or low-income communities last year. Next slide, please. The Reliability, Renewable Energy, and Decarbonization Incentives Division, or READY, has been funding so many programs that they have their own slide this year. For READY, up to 100% of program investments went to disadvantaged or low-income communities. This shows the CEC's commitment to equity and to do more in these communities. The last program in this slide, the Home Electrification and Appliance Rebates Program, or HERA, tracks data differently. Whereas the other programs track investments at the community level, HERA tracks funding at the household level. In 2024, 90% of single-family rebate reservations were for low-income households. Switching gears, the next slide will cover the CEC's efforts on supplier diversity. Next slide, please. As mentioned earlier, the CEC's diversity resolution demonstrates our agency's leadership and commitment to supplier diversity. A diversity of contractors brings a variety of thought, talent, and perspective that benefits the CEC and all Californians. This slide highlights the work done by CEC's Small Business and Disabled Veteran Business Enterprise Advocate Office, based in our Administrative and Financial Services Division. The focus of this work is on contracts for non-IT goods and services with small businesses and DVEs. In 2024, CEC invested in 216 different small businesses and in 59 different disabled veteran business enterprises. In general, CEC aims to increase awareness of contracting and networking opportunities through our Empower Innovation platform. As an example of the reach of this platform is that as of June of this year, it has nearly 5,000 members with more than 1,300 diverse organizations signed up. Next slide, please. In 2024, CEC continued to actively engage with the CPUC Disadvantaged Communities Advisory Group, or DACAC. We're excited to have 2 new members that were appointed this past May, Jen Moon-Montes and Chris Walker. They've already hit the ground running and are providing invaluable feedback. Last year, CEC engaged with the DACAC at monthly public meetings and also in smaller subject matter meetings on a range of topics. These topics included clean transportation, workforce training and development, offshore wind, efficiency, and more. The DACAC also updated its equity framework. Later this year, DACAC leadership is planning to attend this meeting to present their 2024 annual report and updated equity framework. Next slide, please. This slide provides an update on the equity and environmental justice recommendations that were identified in the 2022 Integrated Energy Policy Report, or IPER update. A big thank you to the Vice Chair for championing this work that year. This update is being provided because there were actions taken on these recommendations in 2024. In 2022, the CEC requested public input and guidance to create a comprehensive framework to embed equity and environmental justice in its work. This resulted in the JEDI framework being appended as part of the IPER update. This update recommended to open an informational proceeding on equity and environmental justice to continue formal dialogue with the public. In 2024, the CEC established the JEDI and non-energy impacts informational proceedings to continue this dialogue. The JEDI proceeding is a crucial step towards developing a comprehensive JEDI action plan. To secure more workforce development expertise, the CEC hired a labor workforce development advisor in the Office of the Public Advisor, Energy Equity and Tribal Affairs, who has been providing guidance and support to various divisions. There's also now a workforce development advisor in Commissioner Gallardo's office and a clean transportation workforce specialist in the Fuels and Transportation Division. The CEC has also increased communication with local governments by attending more local and regional events and also offering a dedicated public comment period for government officials during certain CEC public meetings. The 2022 IPER also recommended for the CEC, in coordination with other state agencies and environmental justice leaders, to hold an annual Equity and Environmental Justice Summit. The Energy Commission supported CNRA's Justice Rising, an environmental justice and equity summit in March of last year. Another recommendation outlined in the 2022 IPER update was for the CEC to provide more customized support for tribes and justice communities. In 2024, the CEC provided pre-application workshops and technical assistance for many grants and programs to support applicants. Tribal affairs work is covered in the next slide. Next slide, please. 2024 was a big year in tribal affairs. The Commission continued its commitment to forming long-lasting partnerships with California Native American tribes, and funding to date reached over $124 million in investments with more than 35 tribal partners throughout the state. 2024 was also a year of firsts. Middletown Rancheria became the first California Native American tribe to receive an ICA loan, followed closely by the Tule River Indian tribe, both pictured here. The CEC also reached its first ever tribal-specific solicitation out of the Clean Transportation Program. The interest was evidenced by the receipt of $44 million in applications, leading to more than $15 million awarded. During 2024, the CEC also laid the groundwork for big things to come in 2025. Working towards continuing these partnerships into the future, in 2024, the CEC conducted outreach, engagement, and consultation on many programs, including the upcoming $30 million Equitable Building Decarbonization Tribal Set-Aside. The CEC also worked collaboratively on policy with California Native American tribes, including the SB 100 Tribal Working Group, laying the groundwork for the first ever tribal chapter in the SB 100 report. Next slide, please. This slide provides a quick overview of two of the JEDI Out activities the CEC has been working on this year and will continue to work on: advancing JEDI and NEI informational proceedings and updating the JEDI framework. This concludes the JEDI Out section of this presentation. Now I'll pass it on to my colleague Carousel Gore to cover JEDI In. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair and Commissioners. I am Carousel Gore. I am the Equal Employment Opportunity Officer, Training Office Manager, and Executive Co-Sponsor of the JEDI Initiative. Today, I will provide you an update on JEDI In with a focus on our employee-led groups, mentorship program, and workforce demographics. JEDI In is the internal focused prong of the CEC's diversity effort. The primary work of JEDI In is the task force that all staff are welcome to participate through commission-wide meetings. Through the JEDI In task force, we created several pathways for employee involvement with the objective of creating an inclusive workplace with a culture of belonging. Next slide, please. One way we've created the environment, this environment is through employee-led efforts. Next slide, please. The Employee Resource Groups, or ERGs, are employee-created and led affinity groups that are by design and practice inclusive to all employees who wish to participate. In 2024, Matthew Flynn and Moon Yi started a new ERG for veterans. In the next month, Eunice Limos Adair is launching the multi-language library ERG that will allow employees to share and borrow books in different languages. And we also look forward to Davina Whitethorn starting a new Native American ERG this year. Listed on the right are the employee synergy groups, or ESGs. ESGs are staff-led groups based on a diversity of shared interests, activities, and experiences. The purpose of ESGs is to build bridges between divisions, disciplines, and all of us as individuals within the CEC to further inclusion and belonging. In June of this year, Ronnie Raxter launched the new Try Something New Foodie ESG, giving staff the opportunity to join potluck-style lunches with cuisine from around the world. In the coming months, we anticipate the launch of 2 new ESGs, the AI Fans ESG, led by Joshua Croft, and the Data Energy Science ESG by Kadir Badir and Justin Zaz. The Commission's ERGs and ESGs continue to be a model for other state agencies, both within CNRA and beyond. Next slide, please. A new opportunity for employee-led engagement is the JDI in Communities of Practice, or JICOPS, as I like to call them. Similar to our 2024 JDI Out Communities of Practice, the JICOPS offer an opportunity for employees to give the CEC recommendations in the areas of access and resources, hiring and recruitment, and staff development and advancement. We look forward to sharing their recommendations during our 2025 JDI report next year. Next slide, please. Another JDI in achievement is the Commission's mentorship program, coordinated by Griana Williams. The mentorship program provides a valuable support for employee development while simultaneously stimulating the growth and development of our mentors. Next slide, please. In 2024, the mentorship program hosted 63 participants, 26 of whom were mentors and 37 mentees. You'll notice that we have more mentees in 2024 than mentors, and that is because some mentors volunteered to mentor 2 people. Next slide, please. Since the launch of the program in 2023, the CEC has offered 260 mentorship opportunities to students, rank and file staff, and leaders. Next slide, please. In 2025 and 26, we are going to continue to build on the success of the mentorship program. We hope to launch 2 additional mentorship opportunities. The first being a leadership track called Coaching and Mentoring Program, which we call CAMP. CAMP will offer confidential sessions exclusively to supervisors and managers to support their commitment to coaching, mentoring, and supervising their staff to success. We also plan to launch Excel, which will offer group mentoring sessions exclusively to students and interns. Excel will give participants the opportunity to gain knowledge from CEC subject matter experts and support their career goals. Next slide, please. Now I'd like to shift our focus to some data on the Energy Commission's workforce. This will be a brief overview with highlights of changes in employee representation, for greater workforce diversity, employee representation and opportunities for greater workforce diversity at the Commission. A more comprehensive report will be available on the JDI SharePoint page that will include recruitment demographic data and our STEM-related workforce demographics. It is of note that most of the demographics are based on individual reporting. However, there are some caveats that impact its accuracy. If individuals did not self-identify race or gender upon hire or in subsequent attempts to resurvey, then it was reported on their behalf by Human Resources and therefore may not be accurate. Ability status data is likely incomplete. It is solely based on an individual self-reporting. Therefore, if an individual did not voluntarily identify their ability status, it is not reflected in the information provided today. The following slides will offer a comparison of 2023 to 2024. Next slide, please. From 2023 to 2024, the Commission's workforce increased by 86 employees. In 2024, the most significant increase was by individuals who identified as Asian or Hispanic and Latino. We saw a decrease of employees identifying as other or multiple races. Next slide, please. One area that continues to be an opportunity for greater diversity is our representation of persons with disabilities. However, I am happy to report an increase in representation of persons with disabilities from just under 9% in 2023 to over 11% in 2024. Next slide, please. The CEC continues to have a narrow gender representation gap of 2% in our overall workforce. Next slide, please. The next two slides are focused on the representation of supervisors and above in supervisors and above. In 2024, there was an increase in representation of Asians and other and multiple race demographics for supervisors and above. Next slide, please. For gender in 2024, there was an even split of representation of women and men in leadership roles. Next slide, please. The last group I'd like to highlight is executive leadership. There were 9 more individuals in executive management roles in 2023 than 2024. I'm sorry, I meant in 2024 than 2023. This was likely due to vacancies at the time of reporting. Our race and ethnicity demographic saw an increase of Native Americans and those identifying as other in our executive leadership, and a decrease in representation by all other groups. Next slide, please. We also see an even split of representation of women and men in executive leadership roles in 2024. Next slide, please. As a bonus to this year's JDI report, I want to share with you all a report on the diversity of CEC's 2024 interview panels. Diverse interview panels fall under the Equal Employment Opportunity Office, but they are part of the CEC's continuing commitment to the JDI principles. In 2021, the CEC instituted diverse interview panels as a best practice in our hiring process. The purpose of diverse interview panels is to reinforce fairness and limit bias in our merit-based hiring process. They do not lessen qualification requirements, nor encourage hiring based on candidates' protected characteristics such as gender, ethnicity, or ability status. We utilized 5 categories of diversity: age or generational group, ability status, ethnicity or race, gender, identity or expression, and sexual orientation. Panelists voluntarily completed a questionnaire, but some did not answer for each category. Next slide, please. In 2024, of these 64 interview panels submitted to the EEO office, 27 or 42% were broadly diverse with 3 categories represented. Next slide, please. 87 panelists submitted voluntary questionnaires. Of the 64 panels, most were diverse in gender, followed by ethnicity, age, orientation, and ability status. Next slide, please. Before I close, I would like to extend an invitation on behalf of the chair to all commission employees to join us for our annual Unity Celebration and JDI Awards on October 29th. This is an opportunity to celebrate unity, our unity through our diversity, by hearing stories of our colleagues and celebrating each other's contributions to the CEC's culture. Employees will receive a calendar invitation soon. Next slide, please. As I close, I want to acknowledge that socially and culturally, we are in trying times. So many of our employees have been impacted. We hear you and we see you. I want to restate that Commissioner Gallardo, Mona, and myself stand committed to stirring up good trouble, and we are not done yet. We will continue to create an inclusive space for everyone. To the participants of each ERG and ESG, to those who come to the meetings, lend your voice, experience, and wisdom. Those who message me privately, and those who come just to listen, you each add depth and value to this work. And when I think of all that we have done since we started JDI, I know we could not have done it without all of you. We are in this together. I want to express my sincere appreciation for not only the support, but the partnership of the Executive Office, Drew Bowen and Jennifer Martin Gallardo. Your actions have made it clear that JDI is not appeasing lip service, but a part of the values of the CEC that you support and you are committed to continue. To Chair Hochschild, I know he's not with us today, he's traveling, but and also Vice Chair Gunda and Commissioners, I can't express my gratitude for your leadership and support and your daily emulation of what JDI stands for. A special thank you to my EEO team, Brianna Williams and Nancy Campbell, for helping me prepare for today's presentation. And last but not least, my heartfelt appreciation to my partners in good trouble, my fellow diversity divas, Commissioner Noemi Gallardo and Public Advisor Mona Batty. Last, I will say, we may not all look the same, sound the same, or have the same background, but our inherent and acquired uniqueness create a beautiful, colorful tapestry. We find unity through diversity by recognizing that we can be different and work together toward a goal of a clean energy future for all Californians. And that concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Did we just leave it there? Thank you so much, Carol. Thank you, everybody. Because it's an informational item, we'll just go to commissioner discussion. I'll pass it to Commissioner Gallardo.
All right. Well, my heart is really full right now after hearing both of you, Carousel and Fabi. I think the Energy Commission has been in a journey on stirring up good trouble, as we say, for a long time. When I came in as public advisor, I learned about the 2015 diversity resolution and how we would do a progress report every year. And I was expected to do one too. And I was so excited that we had this intentional reporting out of the good work we did in terms of advancing these principles of equity, environmental justice, diversity, et cetera. So I'm happy to be a part of this, and I want to honor our roots. In 2015, I don't think was the beginning of our efforts at the Energy Commission, but I do think that's, you know, we put it in writing, we made it intentional, and we've been doing this report annually ever since. So thank you for being the representatives of that report today. And Fabi, I know you're new to the commission and you were nervous, but you've been doing an excellent job. We welcome you to the Energy Commission family, to the JEDI team, as well as you being part of the Public Advisor's Office, PAO Plus. So let me go over a few things. I think I also want to honor that in 2019, that's when Carousel and I started around the same time. Courtney Smith, who was in the executive office, brought it to our attention that she wanted to do something even more than the diversity resolution. She wanted to put together an initiative. So Carousel and I were both excited about this, and I think that brought us together even more so than just starting together. We had this partnership since then. So we did IDEA, and then we transformed it into JEDI. And I think it's been really exciting. It has enabled staff also to participate aside from just us being the co-sponsors. I want to celebrate also the investments that the Energy Commission has made. Increasingly, we've been doing more for disadvantaged communities, low-income communities, both in what we now call justice communities. And so I want to applaud our commissioners here for leading those efforts, our directors also for leading the divisions and making sure that this remains a priority. We've done a lot in terms of investments in tribes too, and making them a priority. The chair has a lot to do with that. And I think we're now at about 130 million and increasing in terms of investments for the tribes. So overall, I think just fantastic work we're doing, and I want to celebrate those efforts. And then in terms of our JEDI in work too, like you said, Carousel, the work is about finding unity through our diversity. We have a wonderful tapestry as your demographics has shown there. And I also want to say that staff has been really excited about these opportunities, not just to participate, but also to lead. So the employee-led groups, I think, have been a fantastic way for staff to engage in the ways that they would like to. And want to credit you, Carousel, for thinking through those ideas and for bringing them forward and supporting everybody who wants to do those. And I think especially when we have a hybrid workplace, those spaces are incredibly important and even more vital. So I also want to emphasize that for people in their earlier stages of their career who want to network, those employee-led groups are fantastic ways for them to do that, to connect. And the mentorship ideas that you are that you announced today, also excellent. I'm excited about what those can deliver. And also that's a response to what you have heard from staff and what they need. So I thank you for that. And the diverse interview panels too, I have participated. I think they have been a great effort, and I'm just looking forward to seeing what other good trouble we can stir in the near future. But do celebrate both of you for your leadership, for being here, for presenting this information of what we've done as an agency in 2024, and looking forward to 2025.
Thank you, Commissioner Garrido. Commissioner McAllister.
Thanks so much for the presentation. That was great. And just first, I wanted to, well, thank you and the staff, the three of you and Vice Chair Gunda as well, just for all the amazing effort and perseverance and just all the creative ideas. I mean, that was an incredible list of efforts and with results that you present data about, and that those metrics, right? You measure it so you can know what's going on. So I really appreciate that. The upside of it's effort, right, to do all this, but the upside is so huge and there is no downside really, right? So our work is better and our processes are better. Our opinions we get are more diverse. The robustness of the outcomes is improved, and that's good for because it's the right thing to do, and it definitely feels good to achieve those results and to really be moving in a place that's the right direction. But it also makes our work more effective and our outcomes better and our brand and our credibility. It just all those upsides. So I just really am encouraged by just all the efforts and to see the programs and how effective, they're being in addressing disadvantage and low income. That's huge. Some of them are designed that way, but those are also choices we've made to design them that way, right? And so just really, my heart is also really, really full. So I guess I'll leave it there. But just last thing, I think the mentorships, the sky's the limit kind of for that. I mean, it is a bandwidth, it does take investment, but I think it also, just especially given what's going on nationally, we really are just a real light to young professionals, a place to come to work where they can really spread their wings, and so that all of what you're doing helps that happen. And I just really appreciate this effort across. And then I'll just point out the executive office support for all of these efforts. The logistics and the process is not trivial. So I'd really appreciate that. So thanks for everything you're doing. Appreciate the report.
Thank you, Commissioner McAllister. Commissioner Skinner.
Thank you also. I haven't been part of all of the inception and delivery of this, but I've certainly been the recipient of the good presentations and the good emails that I get, and I'm always heartened to see them. And these kind of efforts may be attacked elsewhere, but I'm so glad they're celebrated here. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Skinner. Yeah, I think just thanks, Fabi Carousel, for the excellent presentation. Really want to uplift Commissioner Gallardo's leadership along with you, Carousel and Mona. Thank you for all the work you're all doing. And again, this cannot happen in vacuum. It has to be supported. So EO, the chair, the staff who support these initiatives, I think it's just wonderful. I feel the same way. I mean, I've said this before in public meetings. I worked at a lot of different organizations. CEC is the best cultural experience I've had as an employee. I was staff here and now in this role. I'm just super appreciative of the culture that we try to cultivate here. And I struggle with my two kids, young kids, to kind of help them understand how to live life, and to set an example of culture is not easy. It's not usually visible, and it takes very persistent, hard work to make that culture both inspire and reflect. And I think, you're doing the hard work in so many different ways, and I'm just can't be more proud. And I think in keeping with what Commissioner Skinner just said, we're all trying to we all celebrate strength, we celebrate courage, but it's about what it's used for. Are you celebrating strength to lift other people up, or are you going to beat people down? Are you going to use courage to defend people who are vulnerable, or yourself? These are the hard questions, and that if the culture can support us to be instinctively better human beings, that's a better team to be a part of. And I just feel like we have a culture of selflessness, generosity, kindness, and commitment in this organization that I cannot be more proud of. And together we'll succeed. And thanks again, Commissioner Gallardo, for all the great work you do.
Oh, thank you. And I would say you embody all those things, Vice Chair. So we're lucky to have you. And I skipped over the IPER. So again, there's another intentional effort to ensure that we were bringing forward these principles of justice, access, equity, diversity, inclusion through our IPER, our Integrated Energy Policy Report, which is maybe unusual for other agencies to do, but not ours. And you had the leadership and the vision to have equity and environmental justice at the forefront of that IPER in 2022. And then we brought up the progress on that because in 2024, there were so many things that were initiated because of what was recommended in the 2022 IPER. So I celebrate you for that. And thank you for your leadership and your influence. I think it makes a difference when we are able to speak about these things and able to celebrate them in the leadership. And I did want to give a chance for Mona to be able to speak here. And we've mentioned you, Mona. Would you like to say any remarks?
Yeah, I just want to uplift staff. Staff are doing the work, the outreach and engagement that leads to the programs that have the most reach and representation. So I just wanted to mention that as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Kara. Thanks, Fabi. With that, we move to item number 7, the EPIC 2024 annual report. Welcome, Fritz.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. That is an inspiring and tough act to follow, but I will try my best. Welcome. I appreciate you all our time today. I'm here to present the 2024 Electric Program Investment Charge EPIC Annual Report. And for those, I'm a supervisor of outreach and engagement in our R&D division. Next slide, please. A quick overview on EPIC. EPIC was established by the CPUC in 2012. It's funded by a ratepayer surcharge from the 3 largest owned investor-owned utilities. That would be PG&E, Southern California Edison, and San Diego Gas and Electric. Those 3 electric investor-owned utilities, alongside the CEC, are also the administrators of the EPIC program. CEC gets approximately 80% of those funds. The program is guided by the goal to provide benefits to ratepayers and support clean energy innovation that supports the state in meeting our climate and energy goals. The mission statement, I'll read there: EPIC shall invest in innovation to ensure equitable access to safe, affordable, reliable, and environmentally sustainable energy for electricity ratepayers. Next slide, please. The 2024 annual report is robust. It covers progress towards strategic goals and initiatives set out by the CPUC and the EPIC administrators. It covers success stories and challenges, and also coordination activities. Next slide, please. The EPIC program is currently nearing the end of the EPIC 4 investment cycle. Prior to EPIC 4, EPIC used to run on a 3-year investment cycle plan. And in 2020, it was voted by the CPUC to move to a 5-year cycle in order to provide a longer timeline to both monitor investments and support them. The current EPIC 4 investment plan, we are towards the end of it. We annually get about $145 million in technology demonstration and deployment funds. And we are near the end of that cycle. Next slide, please. Some highlights from the EPIC program. $1.4 billion has been invested since 2011, since the program's inception. 543 total projects have been awarded and counting. Or nearly $19 billion has been attracted from private sector following EPIC support for these companies. And as noted in the prior JEDI presentation, this past year, 55% of EPIC funds went towards disadvantaged and low-income communities. But as a portfolio whole, since its inception, about 60% of program funds have gone towards disadvantaged and low-income communities. Next slide, please. Some recent EPIC achievements from the past year. 45 projects were completed in 2024. $149 million went towards 43 new projects. And over $30 million of technology demonstration and deployment funds have been awarded to projects located in California Native American tribal lands. EPIC grant recipients in applying to the program have also attracted $727 million in match funding. And that statistic pans out to be for every $100 of CEC funding, $53 were provided in match funds. And the map on the right there, also located in the report, shows a snapshot of where some of these projects located on tribal lands, low-income communities, and disadvantaged communities are. Next slide, please. Some additional 2024 highlights, benefits to Californians. 2.1 gigawatt hours of electricity consumption was avoided. That is approximately enough to power 1.5 million homes for about an hour. $600,000 in total on-bill energy savings were achieved from EPIC projects. 348 commercial and industrial buildings underwent electrification efforts, and 1,000 jobs were created. These statistics are gathered from an annual survey that we send out to our EPIC grant recipients, and they reflect the progress made from the year January 2024 to December 31st, 2020. Next slide, please. Some coordination activities conducted by CEC EPIC staff. Those include knowledge sharing webinars, scoping efforts for research roadmaps and solicitations, regular interagency coordination meetings with both local, state, and federal partners. Certainly a lot of meetings with our CPUC admins, and also the Policy Innovation Coordination Group, which is the contracted group that CPUC, or the group that CPUC has contracted with in order to scope out EPIC 5. Coordination activities also include pre-application workshops, tribal engagement, regular meetings with our environmental justice advocates, as well as regular presentations with the Disadvantaged Community Advisory Group, also known as the DACAD. Next slide, please. We'll now cover some 2024 highlights by strategic objective. Those are seen here. For the sake of this report, we mapped the EPIC 3 strategic objectives onto EPIC 4 for simplicity of reporting. Next slide, please. The first strategic objective is focused on advanced renewable generation technologies. Those include solar voltaic, offshore wind, bioenergy, and geothermal energy generation. Some of the highlights from 2024 include a webinar where over 170 attendees learned about floating offshore wind designs and other technologies for environmental protection that came out from that resulted from 7 EPIC-funded projects. We also had 3 final reports come out on geothermal energy and lithium recovery, and those results will go to help support some of the efforts in the Salton Sea and Lithium Valley in developing those. Next slide, please. Strategic Objective 2 is focused on creating a nimble grid to maintain reliability. That includes load flexibility, zero carbon firm resources, grid modernization, and cybersecurity risk mitigation. Some of the highlights from the past year include a $30 million solicitation for advanced energy storage. This received significant attention with over 90 abstracts received from interested parties, and we're anticipating 5 awards before the end of the year. We also awarded $8 million to 2 projects that will use renewable gas coupled with on-site electricity generation, of which is actually one of them is item 8 coming up later on after this in this business meeting. Next slide, please. Strategic Objective 3 is focused on extracting more value from distributed energy resources, and that includes electric vehicles, energy storage, and batteries. The focus of this strategic objective is to increase electricity affordability and reliability, and part of that is by having more users and having better performance of these distributed energy resources that can create a downward pressure on rates as we have more electricity users to spread out those fixed charges. The 2024 highlight for this strategic objective is Watt EV. This has quickly risen to prominence in our portfolio as one of the most successful projects. Watt EV has installed a 21st century truck stop demonstrating grid-friendly heavy-duty electric truck charging. And it's located in Bakersfield, which is one of the most heavily trafficked transportation corridors in California. So this has the potential to provide significant advantages both on the energy and the emissions reduction side. Next slide, please. Strategic Objective 4 is focused on efficiency and electrification technologies, primarily decreasing emissions in buildings and industry. The 2024 highlight I'd like to present here is from Seacrete Technologies. They are demonstrating a first-of-a-kind replacement for mineral binders in carbon-intensive Portland cement. And they use an abundant limestone alternative called zeolite rock. And this process also is using an electrified kiln as opposed to a normal industrial gas-fired kiln. And this then provides emissions reductions on two fronts, not only in the actual cement making process, mixing process, but also the emissions from using an electric kiln versus a gas-fired one. Next slide, please. Strategic Objective 5 is focused on enabling California's clean energy entrepreneurship ecosystem. The EPIC program, starting from around 2018, has a suite of programs designed to fund early stage technologies at different stages of their technology's readiness level. That includes CalSeed for very early stage companies, CalTestBed that provides vouchers to companies trying to validate their technologies, Bridge, which provides funding for companies in between different series fundings, overcoming those valleys of death, as well as RAMP for those companies who have graduated from a prototype stage and are nearing early stage manufacturing. The highlight that I would like to present here is the company 12. For those regular readers of the EPIC annual report, they were previously featured in the 2023 report, but since then have continued to make significant progress in a device that essentially takes carbon dioxide and transforms them into value-added products. Their current targeted technology is for sustainable aviation fuels. They've received and attracted significant funding from both Microsoft and Boeing, and they have the potential to reduce life cycle emissions by 90% at scale. Next slide, please. The final strategic objective, Strategic Objective 6, is focused on informing an equitable zero carbon energy transition that is climate resilient and meets environmental goals. The focus of this is applied research for policy planning and implementation, certainly aligning our investments with equity, health, clean energy, and resilience goals. The highlight here is an ongoing study focused on cooking energy and ventilation impacts on children's asthma. It's investigating gas versus electric cooking in disadvantaged and low-income communities. And as of now, 85 homes have been enrolled. Baseline air quality monitoring and surveys have been conducted in over 70 of those homes. And as a long-term study, we are anticipating results by spring of 2027. Next slide, please. Next steps for EPIC. Again, EPIC 4 is nearing the end of this investment cycle. 8 solicitations are planned for release throughout the fall of this year. And as we begin to really dive into developing EPIC 5, the CPUC adopted the strategic goals in March of 2024 and are currently working on adopting the strategic objectives, which should come out later this year following a comment period and iteration from various parties. And currently the CEC staff are beginning to develop plans to build out the EPIC 5 investment plan. We'll have more on that to come later this year. Next slide, please. Staff recommendation. I am recommending you approve the 2024 EPIC annual report. And following the approval at this business meeting, we plan to submit it to the CPUC and the legislature. I'm available for any questions and just really want to thank, before concluding, a lot of the folks on the ERDD team for their support on this. This is a huge effort that requires not only individual staff reaching out to grant recipients to verify these results, but some names I want to mention: Rebecca Aviles, my manager, who's currently out, as well as Adam Gottlieb and Rachel Salazar on my team, and Cami Peterson, our deputy director, who has been a guide as we've developed this, and also to Doris Yamamoto, Tiffany Solorio from our program management unit. They've also helped to shepherd a lot of this work, and Darren Lee as well. I think that's most everyone. And yes, now I'm happy to take any questions or comments. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Fritz. We'll now hear public comment on this item.
Thank you. The commission welcomes public comment on item 7 at this time. If you're in the room, you can raise your hand. And if you're on Zoom, you'll use the raise hand feature on your screen or *9 if joining by phone. I'm not seeing anyone in the room, so I'm going to transition over to Zoom. Michael Gawney, I'm going to open your line. You'll just need to unmute on your end. And just a reminder that we do ask that comments to be limited to 2 minutes or less. There'll be a timer on the screen.
Hello, my name is Michael Gawney, MichaelGanny. I represent Wadi V, an EPIC program recipient, which has led to the development of what we like to call the 21st century truck stop, located in Bakersfield. This project represents a landmark advancement in heavy-duty electric vehicle infrastructure in California's Central Valley. As the first publicly accessible heavy-duty charging station in the region, the project addresses a critical gap in charging along State Route 99. Under the EPIC program, the site has been equipped with 15 240 kilowatt CCS chargers and 3 1.2 megawatt MCS chargers. These chargers are supported by a distributed energy resource system that consists of a 5 megawatt solar array that feeds a 3.6 megawatt substation and 3 1.2 megawatt power cabinets, providing the chargers with consistent power from a source completely independent from the electric grid. This project is a direct response to the growing demand for electrified transport and the lack of public heavy-duty charging options, especially for fleets unable to implement private charging solutions. This not only alleviates range anxiety, but also supports equity and electrification across fleet types and sizes. Through collaboration with the local air districts, OEMs, and industry stakeholders, this project serves as a foundational step towards broader heavy-duty EV adoption, supporting California's transition to the zero-emission freight transport. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's the only raised hand we have for this item. So back to you, Vice Chair.
Thank you. I will go to Commissioner discussion. Commissioner McAllister.
Well, thanks so much, Fritz.
I'm so sorry. If I may interrupt, there's one more hand that just came up and I think it's
Go for
helpful
it.
to, thank you so much. All right, Brett Singer, I'm going to open your line. You'll unmute on your end.
Great. Thank you very much for the opportunity to comment. So I'm the PI of that project looking at cooking energy and ventilation improvements on the effects of children's asthma. And I just want to take the opportunity first to thank the Commission for supporting this. It's a really breakthrough, unique study where we're looking not only at the air quality impacts, but literally trying to understand the health impacts for the children. It's a partnership between Lawrence Berkeley Lab and the University of California, San Francisco, Central California Asthma Collaborative, UCLA, and the Association for Energy Affordability. And I want to really just give a shout out, especially to two of the partners, the Association for Energy Affordability that works a lot with Commission on multiple programs and projects. They've been leading the contractor oversight and managing, which has been quite challenging to do the assessments and ensure that we could install the induction electric stoves in an older housing stock, which requires electrical upgrades. So they've been doing a great job. And then really, especially the Central California Asthma Collaborative, CCAC, they're on the front lines. We're starting with the the participants from their asthma program. It's a Medi-Cal funded program. They're doing the recruitment. They've received training. They do all the measurements in the homes. They interact with the participants. They're exceptionally good at what they do in terms of going out and research, collecting really good data and doing it in a way that I think is aligned with the community and sensitive to the challenges that the community faces. A lot of low-income people who are very busy, so they're working around their schedules and giving them every opportunity to participate in the research. So again, thank you very much. If there are any technical questions, I'm here, but I want to thank you again for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing that last comment. Back to you.
Great. Well, thanks to both those commenters. And Dr. Singer, Brett, thanks for all the work you've done throughout your career, but certainly on this issue, I think it's been, we know that it's a big lift to do this kind of field work and to get rigorous measurement and really do things up to the standard that the sort of healthcare industry expects, demographically, and doing all those statistics and having the right, sampling and measurement and statistical power and all that. You guys are so good at that. And we have a great team here at the Energy Commission as well that serve as partners. But that's one example of how EPIC really does help. broaden discussions and integrate, that we've been talking about a lot this meeting. We need financing really from the healthcare system to help update or build our buildings, because in order to do that, you have to really show the healthcare industry, have to establish that they're going to save a ton of money that would justify that investment. And I think we're being a force for good, and our team is really sort of leaning into that question and those problems to figure it out. And I think that's a really promising path forward for our building decarbonization efforts in the state, is to really partner with the healthcare system to unlock all those benefits and bring in the private and the sectoral capital to help our buildings improve their performance. And that benefits not just low income people, but everybody in the state. So I think that's a great example of the value of EPIC. And just want to thank you, Fritz. I love hearing you present. I really, you're very dynamic, and I love your positivity. And I think it's completely 100% justified when we talk about EPIC program, because it's been such a knock it out of the ballpark success. But obviously in full support. I appreciate the briefings and just interacting with all of the whole EPIC team every day, and would just acknowledge the team that you called out in your presentation. And I know I speak for the chair as well. We just love, working with you all to understand what you're doing, to give some advice when we can, but really have so much faith in the team to push good projects forward and really produce for the state. And, working with the CPUC on, keeping within the boundaries of the funding for EPIC. And just a lot of work, not just on the substance, but also on the process and the sort of being accountable and documenting and all the contract management and everything. It's not a small task. So I really appreciate everything that went into the report that you just went over. So appreciate that, and in full support to send it over to the legislature.
Thank you. Commissioner Garda.
Fritz, I also wanted to congratulate you on your great presentation. You've got the skills and you deliver all the content so well. I am excited about all things EPIC, and I think it's one of the programs that delivers the most impact at the Energy Commission. Also, as we heard in the JEDI report earlier, it's delivering on those efforts as well to advance the principles of justice, access, equity, diversity, inclusion. It's part of the mission of EPIC. So really appreciate that. I want to celebrate your leadership and also just all of the efforts overall on EPIC. And I wanted to mention to Michael, hopefully he's still listening. I had an opportunity to visit the Watt EV truck site with former Commissioner Monahan, and was really excited for the potential of what we were listening to. And so I'm eager to go back and see all the changes, but it's wonderful also to see it at the beginning and then hear about the progress and the type of impact it's making. And really appreciate Brett joining as well and emphasizing the health aspects, which I do think we need to do more about. I agree with Commissioner McAllister, getting the health industry to invest in these efforts makes a lot of sense. It should make sense for them as well. So would be happy to participate in any of those efforts that don't get us into any BK trouble.
Good trouble.
It's kind of good trouble. Thank you, Fritz.
Thanks to you, Commissioner Gallardo. Just wanted to say, Fritz, excellent presentation. Also want to just recognize Commissioner McAllister, and Chair Hochschild's leadership over the division and the EPIC program, and Jonah and all the leadership at the division. I was a beneficiary of EPIC when I was working at UC Davis. Always appreciated how thoughtful the program is and how innovative it is. Wanted to just kind of recognize the tracks on reliability and DER. Super exciting. Those are pieces that I work on, and I'm very excited about that work. Also just want to make sure that there are also things that we do through EPIC that's not just energy impacts, that also non-energy impacts, right? Like whether it's employment, whether it's air quality impacts, health impacts. So just want to say congratulations for all the good work. Keep doing the great work you guys do. And with that, Commissioner McAllister, would you move the item?
Item 7, move item 7.
Yeah.
A second.
Okay, then we'll move to the vote. Commissioner McAllister.
Aye.
Commissioner Gallardo.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
I vote aye as well. That passes 4-0. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Yeah. With that, let's move to item 8, Silicon Valley Clean Water. Baldomero Lawson. Thank you.
Hi. Good afternoon, Vice Chair, Commissioners, and everyone. My name is Baldomero, and I'm a mechanical engineer in the Energy Research and Development Division. Today, I'm presenting one recommended award from the Clean Dispatchable Generation EPIC solicitation. Next slide, please. This solicitation supports the adoption of clean dispatchable generation technologies that generate electricity when needed and are non-intermittent, which excels at providing reliable power for critical infrastructures. In addition, the technologies use 100% renewable fuels to provide stable power with the opportunity to reduce strain on the grid during times with high electric demand. The solicitation is funding 2 projects proposed for award with a total funding of $8 million and a private funding of $3.62 million. Today, I'm presenting one proposed award and the other will be taken to a later business meeting. Next slide, please. The objectives of this solicitation are to enhance the electric grid as the state of California transitions to 100% clean energy, reduce the dependence on fossil gas, ensure that there's an ample supply of clean renewable resources that meets the demands of commercial and industrial facilities during peak periods. And lastly, reduce greenhouse gas and pollutant emissions to improve public health and air quality in surrounding local areas. I will discuss the project benefits at the later slide. Next slide, please. We are seeking approval for the Silicon Valley Clean Water Project in partnership with Stanford University. The proposed funding for this project is $4 million, along with an additional $2.53 million in matching funds. This awardee will deploy and demonstrate an integrated microgrid system that will flexibly dispatch 730 kilowatt of clean renewable generation from 3 biogas-fueled linear generators at a municipal wastewater treatment plant located in Redwood City, California. The innovation is the biogas microgrid controller that coordinates the wastewater recovery resource facility's energy recovery, biogas production, electric generation, and wastewater treatment at facility scale. This will allow for maximizing the use of renewable fuel resources on site and achieve efficient load shifting during peak periods. Next slide, please. This project will meet 100% of electric facility demand, reduce the facility's peak demand by 600 kilowatt, increase renewable electricity generation by 5,200 megawatt hour per year, provide 100 to 250 kilowatt of demand response capacity to California grid, eliminate biogas flaring, and reduce local air emission damages in the surrounding disadvantaged community by 1,230 tons per year, and save roughly 150,000 per year in reduced greenhouse gas damages. The project will also provide a payback period of under 10 years. Next slide, please. If fully adopted to all California wastewater treatment plant with anaerobic digesters, the BMC optimized linear generators would add an estimated 2.2 terawatt hour per year of clean dispatchable generation to the grid. In addition, the full adoption of the technologies will reduce greenhouse gas and criteria pollutants by 296,000 tons per year and 190 tons per year respectively. Finally, it will save California approximately $40 billion per year in avoided damages due to pollution reduction. Next slide, please. A demonstration project at this wastewater treatment plant could incentivize similar facilities with anaerobic digesters to adopt these technologies, which would contribute to emission savings and reduce grid strain. Staff recommends approval of this grant award and adoption of staff's determination that this project is exempt from CEQA. That concludes my presentation. Thank you, and I'm available to answer any questions. And I would also recognize my team here who waited with me, Kevin, Ronnie, and Zach, as well as Nadia on the line. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Baldomero. With that, we'll go to public comment on the item.
Thank you. The commission welcomes public comment on item 8 at this time. If you're in the room with us, you can raise your hand. And if you're on Zoom, you'll use the raise hand feature on your screen or *9. All right. And I do believe we did hear one comment earlier for this item. We don't have any raised hands, so back to you, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mona. With that, moving to commissioner discussion, Commissioner McAllister.
Great, Baldomero, thanks so much. I really appreciate it. This is a super cool project and I'm in full support. It's innovative in a few ways, but I do like the sort of testing out of the linear generator in this application, which is kind of cool because it's a little different from a rotary generator. So it's nice to sort of be able to compare and contrast. But really a no-brainer from my perspective, just taking advantage of energy that's there and doing good things with it to help us with our electricity reliability and supply challenges. So yeah, thanks a lot. Really appreciate it. Anybody else?
Thank you, Commissioner Gallardo.
Yeah, just quick, Baldomero, congratulations, great presentation. I also want to express my gratitude for you walking me, step by step on how the process works here. I'm also excited about this, and I hear about wastewater treatment facility issues all the time. So when I'm in the Lithium Valley area, when I've been in Ventura County and other spaces, it comes up a lot. So this is a major need, and I think this is exciting about how we can help evolve and advance our clean energy goals while also helping these local areas. I did have a question just for clarification. Did I hear you correctly earlier? Did you mention Stanford is a part of this?
Yes,
okay.
they're the ones who's going to help develop the biomass microgrid controller, which will help streamline the process for the treatment plant.
Excellent, thank you. I must have missed that earlier, but I appreciate the clarification.
Thank you, Commissioner Gallardo. Balmer, just again, thank you for the presentation. Again, wanted to just thank the project partners, Silicon Valley Clean Energy, Stanford, and also Mainspring. I'm, particularly excited about Mainspring and the linear generator. I think it's an important technology from a reliability, resiliency, and the demand response opportunity. Also want to applaud the 60% match fund, which is great. And also the focus on the wastewater for commissioners. I just want to note in 2022, we could not have gotten through that September event without the wastewater plants and their support. And it was one of the opportunities that was recognized for DEBA and DSGS, and potentially kind of having controls for essentially getting the wastewater treatment plants both from a resiliency perspective, but our ability to really go off grid during events. So all these projects are towards that goal. So I just really appreciate that. So thank you so much to you and the team in the back there, supportive. With that, Commissioner McAllister, can I ask you to move the item?
Move item 8.
Commissioner Gallardo?
I second.
Okay, going to the vote, Commissioner McAllister?
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner?
Aye.
Commissioner Gallardo?
Aye.
I vote aye as well, and it passes 4-0. Thank you so much. Okay, we've already covered item number 9. So moving to item 10, lead commissioners and presiding member report. I will just start by saying much of my time has been spent on working on the letter, which was wonderful. We had already discussed about that, and I just want to express my gratitude again. And in interest of time and a long meeting today, I will cover more items in the next meeting. With that, Commissioner McAllister, can I go to you, please?
Just a few things. I did want to take the opportunity just to acknowledge a couple of events in the context of the building standards that obviously the Efficiency Division, the Building Standards Office develops every 3 years in concert with other agencies, including the Building Standards Commission. Just a couple of things. Earlier this week, many of you might have seen the executive order N2925 from the governor, which was part of a press event that he did with several agencies, a bunch of local officials, county and city supervisors, et cetera, on Monday. And was a lot was packed in there in that event, but one was the unveiling of an executive order that provides some flexibility to rebuild projects, the projects that are rebuilding structures that were lost in the LA fires earlier this year. It's hard to believe it's been 6 months since those fires back in January. And it does two main things. It lifts the PV requirement for new construction for those rebuild projects. And it also allows them to use the current code, the 2022 code version. And that's not just the energy code that we do, but it's the entire building code, except for the elements that have to do with fire and safety and resilience, health and safety and fire resilience. So So that's one thing. The other is the budget bill, AB 130 was passed and signed into law, and it also had some provisions about the building code. Namely that it asks the code, it tells all the agencies that are involved in the code to not update the code for 2028. And till an effective date of January 2020, past January 1 of 2031, I believe it is. So it's effectively one cycle of the 2028 code cycle. So residential, new and existing buildings will not get an update in 2028. So we're looking at the implications of that. We obviously are focused on implementing the 2025 code that goes into effect January 1 of 2026. So we do have a lot to do on the non-res side, and there are a number of other things that staff is working on. And it does give us some flexibility to be able to really dig into making sure that the big changes we made in the 2025 code, we have time to really work with stakeholders to implement those really well and completely and with a lot of thought. It also, I think, is emblematic of the fact that the buildings that we build in California under the 2025 code, 2022 code already, and then definitely the 2025 code, the residential structures that we build are already the best in the world. And so I think, restructuring our investments a little bit there's definitely some silver lining to that ask from the legislature not to update the residential code for 2028. But I did want to just mention that just to make sure everybody knew about it. I want to just thank CCO and staff for helping advise along the way and kind of understand the implications of what that decision might mean, and work with the governor's office on the executive order. I think that, it's been a relatively transparent process, but the legislative process does what it does, and we provide information to help inform that process, which we did all along the way here too. But again, I think over the last few code cycles, particularly 2019, 2022, 2025, we've really made huge strides in our building code, particularly focusing on the residential, single family residential, multifamily residential. So I think we're in a good place. Two events I just want to mention. I did I want to call out my advisor, Houston Garnier, who helped put together or facilitate really the summit, the hydrogen transition summit that took place here in this room a couple weeks ago, and maybe it was early last week. Time flies. But we just want to thank all of the commissioners for being involved in that. Vice Chair Gunda opened it up, and Commissioner Gallardo, I think you were on a panel, and Commissioner Skinner as well. So it was not our event, was co-sponsored, co-hosted by Energy Commission, ARB, the German government, and GoBiz and Arches, the hydrogen hub that we have here in California. So it was a multi-agency event, but it was organized by the Green Hydrogen Coalition. So it was a nonprofit that organized it, and we supported it with our facility. But it was actually quite a good event. I think it reflected where we are with our hydrogen policy in the state, and I think everybody learned a lot, and it was very positive. And then I did make a trip to Ireland to this was about just since our last meeting, I think. I think I left right after our last meeting. But it was the UN, it was a UN convened, the Buildings Action Coalition, the summit, that is really trying to figure out, it's a very multinational thing, and it's really trying to figure out how to get our building performance, building decarbonization up into scale globally. And it's an example of California really needing to be in the room to provide leadership. And that's what they wanted. They really wanted California to step up and sort of speak for the transition, the U.S. transition, and just provide that inspiration to them. And I think it worked out that way. There are actually a lot of Californians there other than me as well. Commissioner Hount from the PUC presented remotely. But anyway, we'll see where that goes. We offered to help support an event in California, probably in Southern California at some point later this year. So we'll see if that comes together. Hopefully it will. And if so, I'll let you all know about it. All right, thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner McAllister. Commissioner Gallardo?
I have a parent obligation at 4, so I'm going to defer mine to next time, although I'm really backed up. So Commissioner Skinner, would you like to go?
Thank you. We heard about Watt EVs when the Epic report about their truck depot in Bakersfield. They just broke ground on a similar truck depot in Oakland, which will serve the Port of Oakland and the airport. So that was quite good to see. So our investment has created multipliers. I wanted to make sure that everybody also knew that our electric vehicle charging reliability regs are now published by the Office of Administrative Law, and the 45-day comment period is open. So anyone interested or affected by that, please review it because the 45-day comment period is open. And I'll save any more report till the next meeting.
Commissioner Gallardo, did you want to go? No, you're not. Okay. Oh, great. Okay, great. All right. I think Secretary Director's report.
Thank you, Commissioners. No report this afternoon.
Public advice.
Thank you. I just want to mention that the next meeting of the Disadvantaged Communities Advisory Group is July 18th. And on the agenda, the group will hear from CPUC, CEC, and Employment Development Department's Solar for All grant program that was funded under the US EPA. And they will also hear a presentation by CEC staff on Assembly Bill 3, the ZBUR bill on offshore wind reports. And that's all I have to report. Thank you.
Okay, Chief Counsel's report. Thanks, Mona.
I do have a brief report. Thank you, Commissioners. I have 2 items. First item is an update on the NEVI litigation matter. You'll recall from my prior business meeting reports, this is the multi-state federal lawsuit challenging actions taken by the Federal Highway Administration to unlawfully withhold billions of dollars approved by the Congress to expand EV charging infrastructure through the NEVI formula program. California was apportioned a total of about $384 million in federal funds over 5 fiscal years to carry out that program, and CEC administers the NEVI program for Caltrans. In the lawsuit, the state of California and the state of Washington are co-leading a coalition of 17 state attorneys general who filed suit against Federal Highway Administration, asking the court to declare that the NEVI directive is unlawful and permanently stop the Trump administration from withholding the funds from the states. I'm pleased to report that in late June, the federal district court in Seattle granted plaintiffs' motion for a preliminary injunction with respect to the 14 states that filed declarations in support of the motion. That includes California. The court's preliminary injunction went into effect on July 2nd, and defendants have until 60 days of the order to appeal the injunction to the Ninth Circuit. When Caltrans submits its next NEVI funding request, the state will be able at that time to confirm renewed access to California's allocated NEVI funds and the Federal Highway Administration's compliance with the injunction. I'll keep you apprised as this matter develops. The second item, I want to welcome the newest member of our legal team, Brittany Aldridge, who started with the Chief Counsel's office on June 23rd as an attorney for in the hearings and advisory unit. Brittany joined CEC from the Federal Emergency Management Agency, or FEMA, where she was a Deputy Associate Chief Counsel in the agency's Washington, D.C. office. She previously served as Assistant Chief Counsel with the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. Brittany is attending her first CEC business meeting today. Welcome, Brittany. That concludes my report.
Where is she?
I think she's remote at this point.
Oh, she's remote. Okay, well, we look forward to meeting you at some point. Thanks a lot. And I believe that's it. We are adjourned. Thanks, everybody.